They call it Stormy Monday, but Tuesday's just as bad. Oh, they call it Stormy Monday, but Tuesday's just as bad. Lord, Wednesday's worse. Thursday's all so bad. The eagle flies on Friday. Saturday I go out to play. The eagle flies on Friday. And Saturday I go out to play. Sunday I go to church. Yeah. Gonna kneel down and pray. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy on me. Lord have mercy. I cried, Lord have mercy on me. I'm trying to find my baby. Won't somebody please send her home to me? Lord have mercy. All right. I'll try to sign in here on this, but we have some, I came on early. We have, good morning to everybody. We have some action in some fast actin, tenactin in some of our stocks. And it's raining here, stormy Monday. And might as well go on, see what we can learn as stocks trade. I think Ham might be playing racquetball, but I'm sure when he's done, he'll call in. Sorry, I'm allergic to something, I guess. So let me, while people are signing on, let me just see if I can get into my account, sign in. It says Face ID didn't work, so I guess my hair's too long. Oh, the eagle flies on Tuesday. The eagle flies on Friday. Saturday, I go out to play. 890-115. 890-115. All right. I'm in then. The Dow, I'm sorry, I'm about to sneeze. The Dow is up 500. NASDAQ's up 359. S&P up 90. So the Dow, 42,500. I think the Dow can go to 65,000. I know that sounds insane, and you're right. Right, so GBUX is down. Darn it. Darn it. I knew that would happen. I knew that would happen. No, it's still strong. It's just not as high as it was. GBUX last trade looks like, well, I can give you the bid and the ask. Okay, there's the last trade. 450, 450. The bid is 455. The ask is 465. Hard to borrow, it says. No news that I see anyway. Fingers motion was as high today as 183, and right now is 169.07. Thank gosh. I didn't think I'd be able to get that trade off at 1.6907. I thought I might have to pay 1.6909. Unbelievable, the fraud. Volume's very high, 344,000 on finger. And then NIXX is down today, but I think everything's fine at NIXX. Don't you worry. Well, you can worry. Nothing I say is a guarantee, of course. But NIXX's down 10 cents, 216.74 again. That last buyer thought he might have to pay 216.76. Man, got that off just under the wire. Volume low. Well, for the last few days, it's relatively low. 156,000. I think something is overdue on NIXX in terms of their previous press release, which said that they would finalize their acquisition at the end of the month, which was last month. So I think something's overdue, whether it's numbers or acquisition information. And then Railtown is up. It's 29 cents, 29.04 is the ask. The volume is 22.69. The bid is 27.60. Keeps changing. They're really dancing around. There's 54,000. They're spoofing. Something's going on at Railtown. Volume's not reflecting all the action in that stock in terms of the bid and ask. And it's easy to borrow, it says. We'll see what happens there. All right, let me see what some of your questions may or may not be. Let me try to get comfortable. I'm going to go. No, I'll go from the top down because it seems like every time the top chunk of comments disappear. The one was number one. Good morning. Hey, Ricky, you were number two. CC Ryder had a movement today. Do you know what's brown and sits on a piano bench? It's my sister's joke. Might have been my father's, but they loved this joke, the two of them. They had this scatological humor. What's brown and sits on a piano bench? Beethoven's Last Movement. Hey, Patrice. Hey, Jeff Grimm. Now, the SPY is not going to crash. I mean, I think you called it pretty well. It was down, the market was down 10% in, I don't know, 3 weeks. It's pretty good call. But yeah, it's an opinion. You read the charts. I'm not very good at reading charts, although I think I called finger pretty closely. But that's why I think finger's getting into a trading pattern a little bit, where you can sell the rip, buy the dip, not with everything, just on the margin. The charts, if a guy like me can read the chart, it's pretty obvious to the computers and the day traders. Anyway, I think the correction's over. It's a bold call, but I think it was a correction, and there's a lot of money sloshing around. Where else is it going to go? A lot of international money sold, got out of U.S. stocks, but there's a lot of money still flooding in. And I do think China's market is up, apparently, or at least money's flowing into the market for some reason. There's an enormous risk that Donald Trump is getting caught up in the neocon game. You guys got to remember, this is about Israel. And it apparently 3,000 years ago, God promised Israel essentially the top or the western part of the Middle East. And by gosh darn it, from Harry Truman onward, except for maybe JFK, there's rumors JFK wasn't all in on the project. The United States, the New World, is going to make sure that a vague 3,000-year-old promise is kept. Promises made, promises kept. But there's a real risk of one of our aircraft carriers being shot down by Iran, or by Yemen. We have no defense against the hypersonic missile. We have the biggest defense budget in the world. We went through presidents as idiotic as George W. Bush and as schmarmy as folks, spent trillions bombing people of color, assaulting mountains in Afghanistan where every empire goes to die. And in the meantime, intelligent countries spent less money, but they developed hypersonic MIRV weaponry. And if an aircraft carrier goes down, your prediction will come correct.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know."
George W.
He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper. He said, I just got this down from upstairs when he was Secretary of Defense's office today. And he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran. The truth is about the only tool you have is a hammer. Every problem has to look like a nail. So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper. He said, I just got this down from upstairs when he was Secretary of Defense's office today. And he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran." The truth is about the Middle East is, had there been no oil there, it would be like Africa. Nobody is threatening to intervene in Africa. The problem is the opposite. We keep asking for people to intervene and stop it. And there's no question that the presence of petroleum throughout the region has sparked great power involvement. Whether that was the specific motivation for the coup or not, I can't tell you. But there's always been this.
So he said, let me see if I can find you one thing that Michael Moore used. I doubt I can. No, I can't. Anyway, Yemen's not here, but I would say Somalia and Sudan are close enough to Yemen. Not really, but anyway, you hear him. This is the new American century, the 7 countries to spread democracy like mayonnaise. Iraq, what did we get out of that? We don't even have the airport that we built nearby in Afghanistan. We didn't get any oil contracts. I think they did go after the museum. I think they wanted the Sumerian history, possibly. Anyway, Syria, we've destroyed Syria. We had, remember we had Hafez al-Assad murdering babies in hospitals, dropping them on their heads. We destroyed Syria. Who's picking that up? Where's the oil? Who's picking up Syria? Israel. Lebanon. Who's invading and killing Lebanese citizens? Who's picking up Lebanon? Israel. Libya. We came, we saw, he died. So great when women run the most powerful nation in the world's, or self-claimed most powerful nation in the world's military, after being a lawyer for a mentally ill person, being a lawyer for a rapist, being thrown off congressional staff for cheating, marrying a president and thinking she was smart, compromising national security, yet she somehow could go in and destroy a country because Obama, the greatest simp of all time, went along with it. Well, check Libya off. I don't know. I don't know who benefited from that. Slave runners. Women are in slavery. Women's rights are human rights, unless they're Libyans, unless they're brown-skinned. All right, and then Somalia. I'm not sure what we've done with Somalia. I know we had some attacks against the pirates, but I don't know if that quite counts. And I'm not sure what we've done in Sudan either. So I will leave those as question marks. But I would say Yemen fits this strategery. And then did you hear what West General Clark said was the last country on the list? Iran. So who really runs American foreign policy? Is it the president? Is it Israel? Is it AIPAC? Is it the United Kingdom? Is it the banksters? Doesn't seem to be the president, because the new American century was proposed in the 90s, maybe earlier, and under the idiot George Bush, W. Bush, it was implemented. And the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Barack Obama, bombed so much in the Middle East, we ran out of bombs, twice at least. The only president in history of the United States to be at war every single day of 2 terms. Barack Obama, Nobel Peace Prize winner. And then Trump came in. He didn't really start any wars, but remember, he dropped the mother of all bombs, conventional bomb. It was like the Tsar bomber. I don't know why he did that, just to show that just because he has small hands, his penis isn't small. I don't know. But it's just, I don't know why Trump has to do that. His instincts are so good. His analysis is so good, and then he has to go. I don't think too many citizens died. I think it was a one-off. There was another minor skirmish, but I think pretty much in his first term, Trump, at a minimum, didn't start any wars and didn't ramp up. So I give him a little bit of a pass. And then we had Biden, another administration just flooded with women and simps and people whose heritage comes out of the Ukrainian Jewish diaspora. Blinken, Newland. Huge wealth created for Samantha Powers, who happens to be Irish. Huge wealth for Newland and her husband, Kagan, and her sister. I forget the name, but I don't know that she's single, so it's probably not Kagan. But her sister-in-law making huge money on war. The good thing about women making money on war, you know they're the ones out there dying on the battlefields. You know they're the ones coming back with no arms, lost of eyes and limbs. What happened to the promise that I was told when I was young? All we need is women running things and we won't be at war. I don't see that. It looks like they're just human beings like men. They get infatuated with power and corruption. Anyway, let me not get off on that. It makes me so mad. But so we've invaded Iraq. We've destroyed Syria. We're in the process of destroying Lebanon. Libya, we completely wiped out so that Hillary Clinton could look like she has a pair of testicles. And then I really don't know about Somalia and Sudan, but Yemen's probably not going to look the way it used to after Trump is finished. And what does it leave? It leaves Iran. Who runs this country? That's 2 terms of Bush, the idiot, 2 terms of Obama, the folksy one, 1 term of Biden, the the interjected president and 2 terms of Trump, who's running our policy? Anyway, it does. I think if Iran does launch or Yemen does launch hypersonic missiles and takes out one of our aircraft carrier groups or wounds it, you'll get your crash in the SPY. But otherwise, I think the direction of the stock market, I have I have my stack of notebooks over there, but I think the Dow Jones is headed to 65,000, and I think the Russell, the Nasdaq, the S&P will have similar moves, basically 50% to the upside, 30 to 50%. In the case of the Russell, it might be more. And I think it could happen by September. It could take until January. And then afterward, this will be the last time for the great financial story. And you'll be seeing everybody telling you how you can get rich in the stock market, and America's the best, and the Trump card is working, and Trump is a hero. And by the way, I voted for Trump. Don't get mad at me. I voted for Trump 3 times. But it's not going to matter. The banks are who control our government, and the banks want debt to grow. They need debt to continue to exponentially grow in order that they can siphon off their stolen wealth and marry Lauren Sanchez or go to Epstein's Island. You know Epstein's Island? They're scrubbing all of the data that's going to be released. So you're not going to know that Judge Roberts, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, and others, you're not going to know what they may or may not have done there. But was he an Israeli? Was Epstein an Israeli leverage, spy, plant, actor like Maxwell before him? The chick's father? Maxwell was killed at sea. Epstein was killed and was the data collected, the sexual data and otherwise? Did that compromise our government so that Israel has control? I don't know, but why the hell? Why are we committing genocide? Why are we supporting genocide? Why are we killing brown women and brown children? Anyway, I thought Trump would be different. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Narad. Hi, David. Second place loser. Ahoy, dobre. It's not dobre utra. It's not dobre utra. Dobre. Darn it, I can't remember. You gave me the answer. Naskladano, I remember, and Toya Moy Pes, I remember that. What's the point of people holding on to SPY shares if they're going to crash the market? I think the SPY is going up first. There's a lot of liquidity. Like I say, the top handful of white guys who are concentrating wealth in the banks and hedge funds, they want more, and they're going to get more. And our 401ks, our retirement accounts, our ETFs are all going up in one more spasm of so-called wealth creation. Yeah, I think I could be, it could be wrong, but I think there's another book I read to you, but it's all I don't really know where that other book is, but let me just see if there's a quote I could even find. No, I'm not going to be able to quickly. This was written in 1975, but it's going to be like the Weimar Republic. It's going to be people made money in the stock market. Speculators made a lot of money in the stock market. I think that's coming again. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Hey, Catherine Morris. Good morning, everybody. Is that a cover for a new album? I forget. That was when I sat outside at my other apartment. Finger is looking great, although let me see if I have a chart really bad. Let me see if I have a chart that I can bring up. It's terrible in terms of my drawing on it, but it might prove my point if I can find it. Yeah, it's not good chart. Lion, you're going to make fun of my drawing. You're gonna wonder, why do people listen to this guy? That's finger, and my drawing on there is just terrible. But basically, you can see in many ways, you can see a pennant formation. Look, Roth Capital destroyed that stock probably on behalf of Anson Funds when they did that deal. And I bet Anson Funds is a great source of revenue it's just a go-to client for Roth Capital. So the stock was destroyed in December. And as I warned back then, and I'm not crediting myself at all, I'm just teaching you what I think. Could be wrong. But when a patient has a heart attack, she doesn't get out of bed the next day to run a marathon. So it took some time to recover. There's your dead cat bounce. There's the back and forth of false starts and then sell-offs for, I don't know, 6 weeks, 7 weeks. And then there's that false ray of hope in the beginning of February that, hey, finally we're out of here. And it crosses the 20-day moving average, I think, or that's green. So it's the 20-day moving average. And it tries to get back to where it went when Roth Capital destroyed their investment banking client to help Anson Funds, their real client. And then, of course, you get the sell-off. But notice what happened. Finger Motion formed a pennant in the sort of December, January time frame. You can see it there. It's a triangle. It's a declining slope and a slightly rising upward slope. So you're seeing higher lows as you're going along. But you're also seeing this declining, sloping resistance line that it can't really break. Finally, like all triangles, they meet, and the stock either has to go up or down. So the triangle runs out of triangle, and the stock breaks out. And that's what happened at the beginning of February. It popped up, and then see what they do? They bring it all the way down to try to test the what was a resistance line declining becomes a support line. They try to test that. It wasn't punctured. There was support. It didn't quite reach it. And then you had a bounce back up, but you made a lower high, and then the pressure was on. The pressure was on all of February and March. I would argue it's a close call. I think they got through the declining support line, but maybe not. It depends on how fine your pen is, how fine your pencil is, and which points you're drawing from. One could argue that, in fact, they got this stock down in February, March to the declining support line that started in December from that pennant. I don't know, Lion can tell you better than I can. Anyway, they made a miniature pennant there, and they found they couldn't puncture it, and the stock rallied. I don't see anything after that except noise in the short picture, except you're seeing the stock trying to break through the moving averages, and you're seeing a stock that's trying to break through $1.40 several times. But anyway, if you zoom back, and that's what I tried to show you here with my yellow drawing, if you look at it from December and you change your perspective on what is the upper resistance line and how big the pennant is, I see two ways of drawing the upward resistance in a pennant, a larger pennant formation, and I tried to draw them both here. Last week, finger motion broke both of those. I mean, 2 weeks ago, it broke the lower one, but it broke the second one last week. And also it broke, I didn't draw it here, it broke through the 140 range. So, and it crossed above the two moving averages. So in every manner that I can see, finger motion has broken through resistance. You wore down my resistance, and anyone can see. Is that every Tom and William? I can't remember the words. Anyway, it broke through resistance, and now the pullbacks should not go below 141, 142. I'm not even sure they have to go that low. They could just be testing, they'll just start testing the upward moving moving average lines. But anyway, what I see here is this stock goes to 180, 185. In fact, I told somebody that this weekend. The bottom range now, if you look where my other yellow is drawn, the bottom range of that, it's not really a pennant. It's kind of, I don't know. Anyway, it's so long ago, it doesn't matter. But where the stock bounced 3 times was at that 180 range. and it's supported by where it broke out as it ran to 320 back in the year. So anyway, 180, 185 looked like an easy call that the stock would try to touch. And then to me, $2 becomes significant. And there's all sorts of targets in between there you can look at, and Lion can help you find them. But the most glaring to me is my upward yellow line there. I don't know. I would say 1, 2, 3, 4 times it punctured 240. And, you could go higher. You could say 260. But I think that's what you're looking at. You're looking at a stock that you can buy the dips, sell the rips. It to me was going to try to get to 180, 185, 187 is the 200-day moving average, and then pull back. And I think it'll go up again. And I don't know, Lion will tell you, but my guess is it'll try twice, 3 times before it's able to get through 185, 187. I might be wrong, but I don't think it's going to get through in one go. But then it'll get through, and I think $2, 220 range, but $2 becomes significant, and you'll play it out all over again. It'll go higher than $2, come back to 189, 185, and then it could do it at 220, and then I think it'll try to do it at 240. So I see a period of time where you can buy the dip, sell the rip-in finger with on the margin, and then once it breaks through, I don't ask Lion, but once it breaks through 260 range, I think you could see a nice move. Obviously, there's a lot of clutter back there 2 years ago. I'm not sure how significant any of the specific numbers are there, but the computers will find something I don't see. But what's important to notice over there is there's a lot of people who probably are going to sell their stock when it gets to 360, 380, $4. How big that is, I don't know. So that's how I see Finger. I think you've got a really strong upwardly moving stock, but it's going to be subject to sell-offs, so it gives you a chance to trade it on the edge of your position. Buy the dip, sell the rip, and it looks strong to me. And your big base is 220, give or take, probably 20 cents, 30 cents. But 220 is the resistance. It's give or take, it's a pretty established resistance. But once it gets through that, that'll become support. And I think finger motion will be, with allowances for daily trading, I think finger motion's floor will be reestablished at 220, 240, even 260 going forward. So it's a good time to be buying finger motion. And we'll see what the news and forward guidance gives us. But I think it's going to be a repriced stock at $1 higher. Well, now it's up already. So let's say 50 cents to $1 higher from here. Anyway, get your information from Lion on exactly how to read charts. I was listening to that, Michael Granite. You're absolutely right. I differ with you on that because of my own personal life, but you're absolutely right. Allman Brothers, 1972, Stormy Monday, I was listening to, which is why I put the title up. It's amazing. I remember this girl that I wanted to be my girlfriend, but we really were friends, and it was okay with me. She was great. I can still remember her. She took me to a party where the guy, obviously, he was cooler than I was, played the guitar, smoked a little doob. She wasn't a drinker or smoker, but he, long hair. He was cool. Asshole. But he put this on. It was amazing. And so you're 100% right. You're 100% right. But for me, back when I was a big deal, my second date with my girlfriend, I think it was my second date. I think my first date was Montreal. My second date, it might be the other way around, but I think that's what it was. My second date was New Orleans with her. And we went to there's a live venue indoors in New Orleans. And I flew in, it was a Friday night. I had worked late, and I barely made my flight. I flew out of National. She made it in from Boston, and we went to this, darn it, I wish I could remember it, but we got to the concert slightly late, but I don't think he had come on yet. But it was Bob. I was dead tired. It was Bobby Blue Bland, and he played. I went from being asleep to being wide awake, and I thought he did the best rendition of They Call It Stormy Monday I've ever heard. Of course, it wasn't recorded, but he was amazing. And then there's a place called Pasquale's. We went and had shrimp. It was a great time. But you're right. In recorded history, I agree with you. GBUX surprising comeback at 470. I don't think it's all that surprising. I don't find you men all that appealing. I'm sure that sounds mighty cozy, but I don't find you men all that appealing. Let me look at GBUX. 134, 466. What's the volume? The volume is 25,000. What's NIXX doing? Down 5 cents. What's Finger doing? Up 7 cents. Good volume on Finger, 400,000 shares. I need GBUX to go so I can buy more Finger. Well, I went to get a cup of coffee before I went live. As you know, I have a minuscule number of shares in GBUX, but I put them out for sale at $144, which I laughed at myself as I went to get my coffee, but I remembered Ham's story when he went to get hot dogs. So I did it, but I'm like you. I would love to have wouldn't it be great if GBUX had a squeeze? I obviously, we haven't been able to call a squeeze in the magnitude which we've desired. It feels like forever. I mean, obviously, uh, uh, we don't want to admit it to ourselves. And I'm including myself. Everybody feels like I'm insulting you or that, you know. I'm nobody special. I'm in with the masses, and you know, frankly, we had a shot with Finger and we had a shot with GTII. What, 2 years ago? We had 100x. If you were one of the ones to get in at a really cheap price, I wasn't. So maybe you had 50x, maybe you had. I did get some of my Finger in very early, but I more than compensated with that luck with bad luck. That's what you got. That's what you got. I just want to look at a stock. I noticed it this morning. Okay, so they're doing it again. I don't really want to get lost in talking about this stock, but GTII opened at a penny. Now it's back to 15 cents. So I can't tell you what the market, maybe I can, what that calculates the market cap. Yeah, I can. So it has a $52 million market cap for a show. It's only 7,000 shares today, but let's just use that arithmetic. 7,000 shares times 15 cents. I know this isn't what happened, but let's say 7,000 shares times 14 cents. It's $980. It's $1,000. So some guy out there can sell stock to you at 15 cents that he doesn't own. He doesn't put up any money. He has some fees, like, you know, maybe it costs him $100, $50. And then he has to carry that position. But remember, you're giving him cash. So he's not putting any money up. He's not putting any stock up. And on 7,000 shares, if he can get you to buy it at 15 cents, put up real money, and he can get that to trade at a penny, he makes $1,000. Now, in reality, they're not covering. In reality, they're probably just moving trades. But that's the dynamics of how we're played for suckers. We are played for sucker. Finger motion back down to 171, day high 186. Finger motion looking primed, slowly but surely, then all at once. Rocket red. I really think a market correction could put deep pressure on the shorts. Yeah. So is it likely to happen? Look, my call, I listen to a lot of analysts, one in particular. I don't want to blame anybody. I want to just take responsibility for my call. But it's contrarian. There is a chart that which compares this correction to the one in 2022. In the one in 2022, I have to admit that I thought, like you do, I thought, this is it. This looks terrible. And I mean, obviously, nobody can call the short run. But then, after a period of weeks, what looked like not only a correction but a bear market turned around and became a bull market again. And from 22 until a few weeks ago, it was just up, up, up. And I think that's what's going to happen again. The only difference is the up part. I think it's going to be condensed, and I think there's going to be, as such, I think it'll be hard to trade. Maybe buying calls on the SPY, or I don't know index calls anymore. If the XMY still traded, I'd buy some out of the money calls. But it's going to be tricky because it's going to happen quickly. I think more money's going to be made it could be as brief as 30 days. It could take 9 months. But more money is going to be made by speculators than they could make in a decade. They'll make it in a matter of weeks or a month. But then when it gives up the ghost, oh my gosh. I don't think you've seen it. Nothing prepares you for it. Nothing. And I think you'll be right then. I think and you won't know the reason. You'll read about all these predictions. You won't know. You won't know. My guess, I've given you a couple of my guesses. What would surprise the bond markets? That's my angle. What's going to scare the men and women investing in long-term bonds? And I think it's going to be just a couple. It's going to be out of left field, but I think it could be that the Garwar field stops producing. It would stop pretty much overnight. It would water out. That special D zone would water out. But it'll be an announcement like the king says, we're modernizing, we're saving the rest of the oil for future generations, etc. I find it hard to believe that Saudi Arabia is producing what they say they're producing, but it's possible. But the decline curves are nature's law. They're not human being law, and nobody can live above nature's law. That'd be one. Another one is the shock to discover that China's population might only be half of what they say it is. That could be one. A China spinoff could be, why is the Chinese population so low? Well, obviously they could have been lying about it all along, but it also could be that the pandemic and the reaction to the pandemic was devastating. And there are doctors, I think Israeli, and I think Swedish, and I think British, but I'd have to find the articles. There are studies, and one very dire prediction that I read from more, like I say, I think it was 3 sources, that it's possible over the next 5 years that in the West, our hospitals could be overwhelmed with, let's just call it long COVID for YouTube's sake. That would shock the markets. That would shock the markets. Just a general economic slowdown or depression, which I think is the result of a breakdown in the just-in-time supply chains. That too. Anyway, it'll come out of left field. And let's say the Dow goes to 65,000. Or 60,000. And it's there for a while. Everyone's excited and frothy, and Trump's the greatest. The BlackRock Trust is the best performing fund in the world, and people are opening accounts at Merrill Lynch. There's a line out the door and a line at Fidelity. And IPOs are going crazy, and it's every headline in the newspaper. The United States is back. We can pay off our debt. It'll all be wonderful. That's the time to buy puts. It'll be hard to do. Our emotions will be running high. But after the loving, the collapse is going to be, it's like climbing up an Alp or climbing up Mount Everest or climbing up any mountain you can think of. It takes a long time. You go up, you're down a bit, you're going up, down a bit, there's a break for rest, you get to the top. And you make a misstep and it's straight down, boy. It's straight down. Splat. That's what I think the market will do. And you'll see if the Dow's at 60,000, 65,000, you'll see it pull back a bit, try to rally, and then it's off a cliff. And you could see it down 15,000 in a day. 1,000 in a day. And your SPY will be down. And yes, I think short stocks will be up in that. But, you could see a bloodbath in brokerage firms, bloodbath in banks. You could see markets starting to be closed. It's not going to be pretty when the collapse comes. And it's weird how it parallels so closely the timing of 1929. And that, the ultimate nightmare of, there's a lot of energy in a rally, and there's a lot of emotional human energy in a crash. So you can see a bounce back and solving the problem, and the Fed increases its assets. I don't know if you'll call them assets, but it increases its book to 100 trillion. But then when it collapses the next time, all that energy's just gone, and then despair sets in, and then you have 10 years of depression. It's really not thrilling to think about. So let's enjoy it now. Hey, Brian, Ham has a meeting. All right. GBUX 450. Oh, that's right. He said there was another story he was going to hear about. Am I the only one wanting the SPY to crash right now? There's a lot of people calling for a crash. There's a lot of people. And it's a brave call. You could be right. The charts can back you up. I think you're going to be wrong, not because you're not smart at what you're doing. It's just the Fed has already signaled becoming sort of wishy-washy anyway. And I think the Fed's already doing QE again. I think they're already doing QE. They announced, if I remember Powell's announcement, he's changed it from 25 billion a month. What's the term? Roll off. So in other words, as bonds they own in their portfolio mature, they were letting 25 billion a month mature. So that money goes out of existence. It's on the Fed's books, and then they have to give it back to the Treasury. But it basically is tightening to the tune of $25 billion a month, I think it is. Well, they announced now that they're going to do that roll-off. It's going to be $5 billion. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that's $20 billion a month. After 10 months, that's $200 billion. That's 20% of $1 trillion. It's a signal of easing. It's a signal of easing. With that 20, they reinvested, so-called reinvested, keeping the money in creation. Hey, Charlie Mac, buenos dias. Happy money. Magoo is running. Miglo. Let me look. Magoo. They call it Stormy Monday. But Tuesday's just as bad. Wednesday's worse. But Thursday's all so sad. Yeah, that's MLGO is up. Is it up $6.67? So it's up 269%. The high on the day was 947.99. Are you out of your mind? The bid is 925. The ask is 927, although it moves around like an electron. And the volume is 185 million. Average volume is 4 million. So you're right. The 52-week high is 509. So micro algo obviously was destroyed by shorts and probably has done a reverse split. So if you're in it, I'd get out. But that's just me. I would just get out with the volume. They will get this under control again, I'm guessing. But if you know more than I do, don't listen to me. Let me see if I can get a chart on that. MLGO. MLGO. Oh, yeah. They destroyed it. They destroyed it. Anyway, it's screwing up. But yeah, Pilot, that's a good call. Hello, William and all. Based William. Because I listen to videos over time, I know your generation thinks based means biased. The word you're searching for is biased, not based. Based is a, you could say that a squadron of troops is well based, I suppose. It's not the best English in the world. But based is not what it's not a bias. I don't know why that came into the lingo if it's just slang. I don't feel like I'm biased. I don't know, Burn the Breeze, if Hitler's slaughter of human beings in World War II who were Jewish, 6 million slaughtered in the greatest act of evil that has ever been recorded in press, movies, and documentaries and evidence. And we had a court, we went in and we had an open trial and we hung those bastards. By the way, Hitler killed gypsies and Catholics too, but he slaughtered Jews. He slaughtered them. He tried to exterminate them in the greatest heinous act of horror that humankind can imagine. What made that wrong? A government who controlled a country and then controlled other countries, a government who had all power, a government who controlled the press, and a population who said nothing. A country who had all military power, framed the arguments, called Jews rats, dehumanized Jews, made fun of Jews, isolated Jews in outdoor ghettos, put them in concentration camps, took away their rights to travel, and then slaughtered them without a tick of conscience. Ralph Fiennes did such a terrific job. You could feel the evil of a man standing for his morning coffee with a rifle and just randomly killing Jews. It make your stomach turn to watch it. I'm against that. That is evil. That is my bias. And I think God, in his cruelty, is showing a new generation of mankind how evil men and women can be. There is no difference. There is absolutely no difference to what Amon Goth did to Israeli soldiers for fun, going in to Gaza with their machine guns and doing it from the wall, mowing the grass, slaughtering Palestinians. There is no difference when you have an area the size of LAX or Manhattan, less than Manhattan. Half of the population are children. They have no passports. They have no dreams. They can't travel. There's no future. There's no jobs. Now, there's no medicine. Diseases that were eradicated are coming back. Little children can't eat, can't get medicine, can't go to school. Men come home and their home is destroyed. Everyone they loved, gone. Entire families, entire generations of families are gone. That's what happened to the Jews in the Holocaust. That's what's happening to Palestinians now. And make no mistake about it. It was evil when Hitler did it. It's evil when Netanyahu does it. When you put an entire, segregate an entire people because of the color of their skin, because of their religion, because of their identity, in an open concentration camp, and you feel the right to murder them, there's no difference. There's no difference. So that's not a bias. That's not a bias. I'm calling it out. What Israel and the United States is allowing to happen in Gaza Strip is identical to what Hitler did to the Jews in World War II. It is identical. There is no difference. The only thing missing are the ovens. And the volume. The volume isn't the same. But but Netanyahu's not finished. And Trump's not finished. They're going to move 2.5 million Jews, the ones, whatever number haven't been already murdered. They're going to move them, Palestinians. They're going to move the Palestinians out of Gaza Strip. What did Hitler do to Jews in Germany in his final solution? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And Hitler wanted Germany for the Aryans. Netanyahu wants Israel for the Jews. What's the difference? I don't have bias. I would suggest that you have bias. And I'm sorry I'd talk about it. What else can I do? Who spoke up for the Jews? Who spoke up for them when Hitler was doing it? I wasn't born. I would have, I think. I hope. No one spoke up until it was too late. No one's speaking up now. There's a few brave people, but we're overwhelmed with bumper sticker, trite comebacks. Oh, they want to kill us all. That comes from AIPAC. That's just propaganda. It's also projection. Anyway, I'm sorry. Is GTII action dead? Squire 61, it is discussed a lot. People only want to talk about GTII and MMTLP. I think it's dead. But you brought it up, and I don't know your interest, so I'm going to move on. Thanks for asking. Dobry dien, that's it. Dobry dien. Dobry dien. Ham is at a meeting. Hey, Donna. Hey, Giuseppe. Hey, Frankie. Fidelity and Vanguard don't allow online buys on ZJYL. Yeah, ZJYL looks pretty good. Let's look at that price. Up 5 cents today, 71 cents, 109,000 shares. Looks pretty good. Let's see what's happening with GBUX. GBUX hits a new max. GBUX hits a new max. GBUX hits a new max. It's up $1.38 at 470. Trend, no trend. Dividend, no dividend. Market depth, no depth. I don't see any. Oh, here, maybe I have to click here. I don't see any reason why it's up. There's no news. Railtown is doing all right. The first glimpse of, so that gentleman he and I were talking the other day. I didn't mean to offend him, PJ. You did a good trade. You got out, and hopefully you bought back in over the last 2 or 3 days. That's nice. That's a good trade. The sky is falling. You should change your name to Chicken Little. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let me see. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I think this was a correction, not a crash. And things always look darkest before they go totally black. I'm not saying the Dow's going to turn around and instantly there'll be chance, it's going to be volatile, but then it's going to run. No way, the dude at the party was cooler than you. Yeah. She said, I used to run up Dog Street every morning, 1 mile and 1 mile back. And I did it every day. And then as I got older, I did it less and less. And then I fractured, I guess, my ankle playing softball. And I never was I don't run it anymore. I wish I should get going again. But anyway, she said, why don't you come run with me? So I did. And I don't remember the magnitude anymore. She might have gone 14 miles and I went 7. Or maybe she went 7 and I went 4, whatever it was. Or I kept up with her. But I never did it again. You are special. Hey, Anna, Queen of Trades. Yeah, Pilot said that. Magoo is up 200%. You had 10 shares? Congratulations. You could take that 10 and buy 10 times 10. Well, you didn't get 10. So let's say 10 times 7. So you got $70, right? 10 times 7? Yeah, $70. You could buy you could buy 230, call it 250 Maybe if you throw in some money, you can buy 300 shares of Railtown. And then I think you're going to get I don't know about a moonshot in Railtown, but I think you're going to get a revaluation. And I think I'll pick a number. I think $3. So you'll have 300 shares times $3. It's $900. See, you could do that. You could do that. Barbara, Stephen, Frank, the one, Lion, Ricky, Steve, Moody, Waters. They call it Stormy Monday. It's hard to be patient. It's very hard to be a patient. Trump's going to disappoint us if he overplays his hand in the middle. Anyway, I guess you can't stand with him. You can't show weakness, but man. Here's my shocked look. Oh, based means, I didn't know that. So based means so it means you're well based. So I misunderstood what everyone was using it. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. Okay, thank you. Now my vocabulary. Thank you, Burn the Breeze. Looks like you're a guitar player. Do you have a band? I'll come see it. I'll come see it. Based in fact. I like that. Hey, Big JR, Tebow. The shorts are evil. There's no question about that. Never again means never again for everyone. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. And it's hard because we can't control it all, and we each have to live our days. So all we can do is I don't know what we're supposed to do. I don't know what we're supposed to do. Based is a term meaning true to yourself. See, I figure I know it all, but I don't. Does that surprise you that I don't know it all? True to yourself, honest and real, not biased. All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Now I've learned something, even though I showed that I'm ignorant. I don't know what you've got, baby. I don't know what you've got, but it's got me. I said, baby, baby, baby. If I had 15,000 to invest today, where and how would you invest the funds? Well, you're saying invest. So I think the first thing I would do, and maybe the only thing I would do, because I'm really worried that we're going to miss this chance, but I would immediately, this is something my father used to say, I would immediately, he was making fun of his upbringing in Adams, New York, immediately. But I would step in and buy, I don't know, let me see if I can find one here. Well, there's a sale going on at AppMex for a roll of dimes, silver dimes, $133. Or I'd go to the top at AppMex, there's the symbol AppMex, and I'd buy dimes, quarters, and I would probably do this right here. I would buy 10 of those or more if you can. 90% silver coins, that's at AppMex. A bag like that, it's all mixed in, costs you $1,300. It is $50 face. That's the face value on the coins. Trying to see the silver content. Thanks, you guys, for teaching me what based means. I was totally wrong. Which surprises only me. My guess is that's going to be about, it doesn't say. Darn it. Oh, product specification. Okay, random. Purity, it's 90% silver. There, okay. It's about 36 ounces of silver. Anyway, I would, if you picked one thing to invest in, that's what I'd invest in. Why would I go with that? The other thing you could do with 15,000, which I think would be pounceable, is you could buy a monster box. And for that, I would go just to see if I can find it. Well, there's SD bullion, as one of you guys talk about. There's a whole bunch of places. Yeah, I've used Gainesville, but I would go, darn it. All right, let me just go there. Go there. Apparently he's a leader now. I remember when he wasn't a leader. I remember when he was just brand new. You make me feel brand new when I am here with you. You make me feel brand new, my love. He also sells my love. All right, so this is the other thing I'd buy. A monster box of silver And I like Mike Maloney at Gold Silver, a monster box. Don't open it. You can have it shipped. You can have it. It's 500 ounces of silver. That's what I would invest in if I had 15,000. 500,000 ounces of, 500 ounces of silver. I gave away my punchline. I think will be worth $500,000 in this next cycle. Right now, silver's $35. I don't know, with the premium, let's call it $40. I think in the next month, it could happen overnight. But I think in the next month to next few months, silver could go triple from here. It'll pull back with everything else, but I don't think it'll come back to $40 ever again. Silver sets you up for a Bitcoin-like story. If I'm correct, and I'm not, look, I listen to everybody. I can't, if I gave you footnotes to what I'm saying, it'd be 30, 40 entries. So it's very hard for me to give credit to one person or many. But there are many analysts out there, from Mike Maloney to Schlechtman at Miles Franklin to you can go to Egon von Greiritz, but he's much more gold than silver. David Morgan, Dr. Stephen Lieb, and there's so many more. And there's going to be more. By the time this hits the front pages, everybody you know is going to tell you they called silver. But anyway, I think silver will go to $1,000 easily. After it goes to, let's say, 120, pulls back to, let's say, 50, and then you start the run, I think it could take more than instant. It could take several years. But if I'm correct, and there's a physical shortage, there's failure to deliver in the physical markets, you could get a short squeeze in silver that sends silver above gold before gold even moves. So that'd be the first place I would invest. If you're talking about trading and leaving it in your stock market account, I would use PSLV if you want to do silver. PSLV, it's not too late. I told you about PSLV as an audience. I told you about it when it was under $8. I remember it being 760, 771, or 780, something like that. If my memory's wrong, it's not because I'm trying to goose my performance. It's just that's how long ago I told you about it. It was a couple of years ago. PSLV. I think it's $11 now. It might be more, but it hasn't begun to fight. And the beauty of the Sprott Physical Silver Trust, PSLV, is not only does it only contain physical metal, he actually puts it on his website, the serial numbers of every bar. So it's as transparent as can be. And that's one way you could play it in your account. There are silver stocks to buy, silver equity to buy. I'll try to make a separate, I've got to do homework on that. There's a couple of analysts I want to renew my subscription to. But rather than just throw out the smaller names without researching it. I'll stick with the bigger names, but they're mostly gold. So, but I love gold too. So the miners, there's still time to buy Barrick, Newmont, Franco-Nevada, Silver Wheaton. It's now called Wheaton Precious Metals, Alamis Gold, these kind of stocks. There's others. There's others. Stocks. There's a group of stocks, three in particular, and I have to find my notes, but I think one of them is called Dorchester Royalty. I have to look that up. There's three royalty stocks that I would buy, and they yield over 10%, but they're tied to, they have a long-term track record. They're just royalty payments off the production of oil and gas in the United States. And I think that when you use the term investment, that's what I would invest in. But let me give you a caveat. Right now, I would try to trade one or two of these other stocks. And I'd like to, in your case, maybe you can, look, it's a miracle if you do this. It's beyond standard performance if you do this. But if you could take 15 grand and turn it into 150 grand over the next weeks or months, and I'm telling you that is so fantastic a performance that you can't count on that happening. But if you were to turn 15 grand into 150 grand in your account, I would then take the 150 and go try to get 10% equally spread in these royalty companies. 10% on 150, 15 grand a year, whatever, over 1,000 a month, right? 1,200 a month, 1,300 a month, I don't know, whatever it works out to. Maybe it's 11. Oh, I can tell you. Why not divide it 15 grand by 12 and tell you? Yeah, 1250 a month. 1250 a month. That would be one I would invest in those royalty plays, but I'll try to tell you about those. That would qualify as investment. Now, to come to where we are right now, none of these stocks are investments. These are all speculative trades, but they're not day trades. Lion of all trades can teach you how to day trade. I think he can. How to read, sit in front of your computer. I did that for a lifetime. I feel like I'm doing it for another lifetime, but I'm sure I could train myself to do it every day. Try to pick up $100 here, 500 there, 600 there. But you're risking real money. The criminals, they're just hitting a sell button, and they're using other people. They're probably using Stevie Cohen's money. Somebody like Stevie Cohen. So they're indifferent, but it's just a low quality of life. So I wouldn't want to do that. But in terms of trading, buying the stock like Anna did, she bought 10 shares of Magoo, and it looks like she tripled or quadrupled her money. She bought it, held it, and then sold it. That kind of trading. If I had 15 grand right now, I think I'd put it all in Railtown. If I had 15 grand, I'd put it all in Railtown right now. That buy you 50,000 shares of Railtown. If that went to $1.20, which I think is completely possible, in as soon as they follow up their previous press releases, there's another shoe to drop. If it went to $1.20, you'd have you'd have 60 grand. 60 grand. That's a nice move. But it could also go much higher than that. Now, that's putting all your eggs in one basket. If I were to divide it out, I like that though. I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't have said it unless I believed it. Why try to do other things? Why not just jump to the chase? I'd buy 50,000 shares of Railtown, RLAIF. But another way to do it would be to, put some percentage. I would do a majority, half, or put $10,000 in Railtown. And depending on how you're feeling this morning, I would buy GBUX and I would buy NIXX for very short-term trades. But I would recognize that NIXX might start spinning its wheels in the ditch. They threw a bunch of gravel and sticks and stones, and maybe they found a carcass of a short seller and they threw that down there in the ditch, and they're going to start spinning the wheels, and hopefully it gains purchase and then just explodes out onto the highway and catches up with the rest of the traffic in a heartbeat. That could happen to NIXX. But the other thing, which has happened twice before, is NIXX did 50 million in volume one day, 60 million a different day. It ran to 12 one day and then to 6 the other day, I think. You can look at a chart. So NIXX, you have to be aware that NIXX could really show a lot of volume and never quite give you the satisfaction you're looking for. On the other hand, it could. And it too has another shoe to drop from news they've already announced, the press releases they've already announced. And NIXX could very easily go from $2 to $20. It could go from, and when? For me, you're asking me the question. The story I hear on NIXX is NIXX could go to $20 by the summer or by the end of the year. You're asking what I would do. I wouldn't want to be a NIXX for the summer or for the end of the year. But if for some reason they announce a follow-on to their buyback a share PR, they announce a follow-on to one or both of their suggested acquisitions, I mean, they imply more than that. And if there's any kind of financial announcement regarding earnings, NIXX has a lot of shorts. So NIXX could have a short squeeze-like move very soon. And I expect that NIXX move could happen. Look, I'm just telling you, all of this is trying to read tea leaves. There's no promises here. There's a little bit of sensing and predicting and guessing timing. But I think that could happen this week in NIXX or next week. So that's why I'm suggesting that. GBUX is a more recent story. Therefore, I don't think the trapped shorts, if they're really there, have had enough time to get out of the trap. So GBUX traded amazingly last week. It's trading really well this morning. And we have a little information from Ham, which is just rumors, so we don't know if it's true. But it doesn't look like GBUX is going to need to go to Jeff Lind types. Rather, they've got an indication of a commitment. It hasn't come in yet, of 100 million. So there's a shoe to drop there as well. So GBUX, I actually think, could have a squeeze very quickly. Ham was saying $200. I don't know. Both NIXX and GBUX, I would take my original monies. If you put, let's say, 2,500 into each, I'd try to get that 2,500 back as quickly as possible in a run up, and then let's see where the rest goes. Where would I go as I took that money back? If Railtown hasn't moved, I'd emphasize Railtown. Okay, let me not leave out finger motion. I think with finger motion, you have probably until April 15th or afterward, maybe as far as June 1, but I think let's be safe. Let's say middle of April. You might have that long to buy finger motion for what I think could be a very nice, steady setup for the year if the news and the things fall in place correctly. I don't think finger is where you need to go. Well, you're asking me, so it's just how I would do it. I feel like I already missed finger. If I had had money, and I said it here when it was in the dollar, a little bit above $1 range, I would have bought calls, but I just didn't have the money. It's now moved to me, that's the perfect setup. It's moved almost to the $2. I think there's going to be some backing and filling. So I think you'll have time on finger. Not much, but time. So I personally, if you're trading, my goal would be to own Railtown. And if Railtown could be another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but it could be this week too. So all three of those stories, NIXX, Railtown, and GBUX, could be this week. How do you play it out? I don't know. You got to call that. My goal would be to own Railtown, though, and I would want to own Railtown before it's repriced. So if I'd either just do it now or maybe put 10 grand in Railtown, play NIXX and GBUX 2,500 each. If they run, as I get my original money out, I'd go into Railtown. As I made the profits, I'd go into Railtown. And maybe by playing it that way, maybe you can end up with 75,000 shares of Railtown or 100. But that's what I would do right now. A week from now, my answer might be different because of price action. My overall goal, Bill Miko, my overall goal, which I had tried to do 3 years ago, and here we are now. My overall goal would be to try to build up my nest egg to establish meaningful positions in silver, but other precious metals work. and then you know, either you could wait, you could probably wait on building income depending on where you are in your life cycle. But I don't think oil and gas is going to stay cheap either. There's a belief in the financial worlds and in the economic worlds that the human mind can solve the problem of depletion. And I just don't see how. Having said that, if we choose to use our last credit available to borrow monies inexpensively and drill up pell-mell the last great bounty of our natural gas and sell it and consume it all in, just like Maggie Thatcher did, well, then oil prices could stay $60 to $100 for quite a long time. Oil can't go much below, certainly $30, but probably below 50 even, for extended periods of time, to just stop drilling and stop, except for what's demanded by those brainiacs with the red socks and the pinky fingers rings out of New York, the hedge fund boys. They're so smart. They're hard money. They're just hard money. And they'll squeeze the lemon until it doesn't even have a pip. And they don't want it. They don't want the juice to run down their leg. They just want the juice. It's not about fun. It's not about life. It's just about greed. So anyway, I could be wrong. Oil could stretch out for a while. But I really think you need to take a position in things that you know or things I know, which in today's dollar provide meaningful income in today's paper dollar bill, but they have real economic value that people have to have. Gasoline, rent of a place to live. I don't know so much about commercial offices. I don't know. I don't know so much about automobiles. Phones probably, but that up to a certain level, phone is discretionary. And when you're young, all you need is the air that you breathe and to love you. Those are your only two needs when you're young. Gary, how can you be down? I don't know who you're talking to. I didn't see that question. Gary Ball. I'm down 1,714% in ZJYL. You know, I'd have to agree with Frankie. That doesn't make any sense. My guess, you're down 95%. Everybody's down 95% and everything. So, Gary, you're just going to come on and complain and do nothing. That's fine. That's one strategy. Every morning when you look at a stock, you have three things you can do. Nothing. Buy it or buy more or sell some. That's all you can do. And what you're choosing to do is you stupidly, in retrospect, we all do it. You bought ZJYL too high, and instead of buying any more, you just held, which turned out to be the right thing, because now you're down 95%. But instead of averaging down, which is fine, you don't have to. But if it were me and I had money, which could be your issue, I'd average down. If I were down 95% in ZJYL, I wouldn't buy half more, I'd buy twice more. So in other words, you're down 1,714%, which makes no sense. But let's say you bought 1,700 shares of ZJYL. I would try to buy 3,004. I'd probably buy 4,000 shares of ZJYL down here. You know, just average down. And then if it rallies back up, I would sell a third of it or half of it to get my money. But instead, you want to come in and complain, and you want to make people focus on losses. We all have losses, Gary. We all. And it's not like you're pointing out that the sky is blue or anything. It's not like you're the conscience of America. We've all lost money. It's what you do afterward. You can just sit and hold. So what you're going to do, Gary, is you're down. You're not going to take any action because you're a victim. You're not your own actor. You're not your own strength, your own proponent. You're just a victim. Got in emotion, on emotion, and it's down. You're going to just play the victim. That's fine. In my case, that's all I can do right now, because I don't really have a large account. But if I were in your position, I would double, triple up even more on ZJYL if you want to stay in the stock. Why? Because now all you can do is wait for it to go back to what you paid for it. So in other words, this number makes no sense. But if you're down 95%, the stock has to double from here or more. If you're down 95%, I don't know how to do that arithmetic in my head. But you're expecting ZJYL. Let's say you paid $5 for it. You're expecting ZJYL to 7x before you break even. That, to me, that's stupid. To me, what I would be doing is saying one word that I try not to say anymore. I'd say, darn it, I lost my money. I'm going to take my losses, so I have a tax loss, and I'm going to go over to Railtown. Or I'd say, you know what, I'm looking, and this is my opinion on ZJYL, I'm looking at the chart, it doesn't look that bad. But I do know I might have to wait 6 months. But it could be, the chart's not looking bad, it could be 6 weeks. So rather than expecting my stock to go up 7x just to break even, I'd like to take advantage of that. And I'd like to buy some down here. So I'm not a victim, I'm a soldier. But it's up to you, Gary. You can be a victim, and you can, I mean, I'd say you're trying to manipulate us with that percentage, but you're just showing You didn't get a very good grade in arithmetic. Yeah, big JR, GBUX. GBUX really, this is a good point JR is making. GBUX is up $1.50, but the volume, well, one exception I take with big JR is the volume for GBUX is pretty strong. I mean, it's 40,000 shares, but I take the meaning of his observation. It's not a lot of stock, and it's up 45%. What would 40,000 shares at $5 be? $200,000 is, you know, who knows? So it's probably trading back and forth, but you know, as a broad statement, $200,000 buying moved the stock almost 50%. Big JR's got a really good point. If you're looking at a stock and you're saying, should I buy it or did I miss the move? My opinion, and obviously everything's risky, especially beer on whiskey. I like what JR is saying, and I would buy GBUX. I would buy it right now. Could you lose half your money, 50%? Yeah, that's probably a reasonable risk. But what's your reward? I don't know. I don't know how high it could go if the numbers Ham gave us are correct. You've got a huge real short. You've got a naked short. You got a trap short. Is it the real deal? I don't know. But I would guess you could make 5x or 10x. Could you make 20x? 20x? Could it go to 100? I don't know. It might be the one. So for speculative money, I think GBUX looks good. And I think the reason is what JR, one of the reasons is what JR is pointing out. It went up on very little volume. If it carries through, who knows what could happen. So you need ZJYL to go up 17x. Well, I restate my observation that if you can add to your position, only you can decide that, you could change that number to, I don't know, 9x. And if you could change it to 5x. So yeah, there's things you can do. On the other hand, you don't have to do anything. I guess, Gary, if I'm not going to do something, if I'm not going to add money to a position, it's either because I have no money, which is, I mean, that happens. But even if I had no money right now, if I were in your situation, let me assume it's my account, not yours. I would sell my ZJYL, not because I don't think it's going to go up. I would be worried I'm going to miss an upside move in that stock. I would be worried about it. no question. I would acknowledge I'm probably going to miss out if it happens right away. But I'd establish my tax loss, which is valuable. If you just hold on now and it goes back up, that tax loss disappears. That is valuable. From 30% to 50% of it is meaningful. And because there's other short squeezes out there right now, potential, I'm using that loosely, I would sell ZJYL if I were in your position, assuming you have no money to add to it. So if you're not adding to ZJYL, it means you don't have much confidence in it. I personally would sell it and buy Railtown. Or I'd sell it and buy, that's a tough one. 2/3 NIXX, 1/3 GBUX, something like that. Or like I say, I would just buy Railtown. I think Railtown could give you your 17x. And you may have to wait. Isn't that annoying? But you're going to have to wait here anyway. But if you got 17x in that, part of it's tax you offset part of that with tax losses. Now you could argue to me, well, if I just hold on to ZJYL and it goes back to 17, goes 17x, I'm not going to have to pay any taxes on that either. That's true enough. It's true enough. It's up to you. I don't know, Gary. I really don't know. But I think Railtown could give you 3x. No, sorry, let me just think. Yeah, 3x to 10x fairly quickly, because I think it's a revaluation story, as I've described so many times. You're going from a R&D company that nobody knows jack sprat about to one that's been in the marketing phase and, oh, by the way, just stepped in front of Lady Godiva, and you don't have to wait on Godot anymore. That revaluation, I think, is at least to $1, but it could be $3. Am I right? Who the heck knows? But it's going to be a lot higher than 30 cents. And I think it could happen this week, next week, within 3 weeks. When does ZJYL go? The pattern I see in ZJYL is it runs up to $1 and then drifts back down. It doesn't necessarily, it could, but I don't see it why it would go now. I see why Railtown would go tomorrow morning. GBUX, the action is now in GBUX, the way the stock is trading. Is it risky? Sure, it's risky. I think Railtown, the guy that said that he didn't need my insults, PJ, I didn't mean to insult him. I think he called out sort of the bottom in that stock in Railtown. I think Railtown has very little risk. 10%. It's just how I see it. And then NIXX is, it's run up here in the 2 range, and today it's down. Or it was. It's down 7%, sorry. It's down 3%, 220. I think NIXX could have a run this is another stock where news is is expected very soon. And as I've told you guys before, news all by itself doesn't make stocks. In fact, news, they usually try to hit it. But I think the kind of news that we're expecting could make, we're expecting a follow-on with NIXX regarding its stock buyback. We're expecting a follow-on with an acquisition they promised. Inside of these, you might start getting, and they've already talked about this in press releases, you might get an idea of their monthly cash flow. These things change the story. So, Gary, you can sit in ZJYL and do nothing, and in 5 months, when I'm hopeful other people here have turned small amounts of money into a little bit bigger, and then turn that into a little bit bigger, and they're feeling good, you can bring our attention back to ZJYL. But ZJYL might give you 20x. It could give you 20x in a heartbeat. They won't ring a bell. So hang on. I don't know what else to say. Miss what chance? I missed that chance with your mama 30 years ago. Some European central banking officials weigh if they can rely on the Federal Reserve for dollars in times of market stress. Who else are they going to rely on? No one's going to trust the euro. I think Russia has the best single story for a nation. No one believes me, but their population isn't perhaps big enough, but it's pretty good. My memory is 90 million or 120 million. But they're a well-educated population, strong military now because of Samantha Powers and Victoria Nuland and Hillary Clinton and Blinken idiocy. But they've also worked around the sanctions. Russia is the one country in the world who has surplus energy such that they can also use energy to have their American century. They're already having their American century. They have resources. Yes, the breadbasket they're destroying with radiation, the Ukraine, but they have other places they can grow food. The next 100 years could be Russian. That's just the facts. They supply energy to the future of the world in Southeast Asia. They could supply energy to India, which is a country with a huge population. And they're in agreements with Iran. And as far as I can tell, MBS has an open line of communication with Russia. And all you need is Germany to wake up, get rid of the women, get some men in there. I'm sorry, I'm sure I think Merkel was good, by the way. I'm sure there's some women that could do it. But you need someone to go to Russia and say, hey, I know we've been at each other's throats at least twice, and Napoleon got it in there. Sweden did it to you. I know things haven't been the best, but you know what? we'd like to sell our cars and our steel and our goods to you. And we'd like to widen our trains, or I think it's widen, so that we can just build and ship our goods into Russia and then onward to China. And if they could do that, Germany would be a powerhouse. Powerhouse. I don't know why they haven't done it. But Russia is the future in terms of energy, industry, education, Christianity, believe it or not, and military strength, and consumption, and honest markets. I don't know why people wouldn't put their reliance on the ruble, but no one does. No one does. I think the Middle East is a little riskier, just for obvious reasons. China, I would have said China, but whoo boy. China they've built up their energy system and their robotic factories, but something's going on. Something isn't quite right in China. Southeast Asia looks pretty good. They've got hardworking people, big domestic population. If China does well, they'll do well. But if China does poorly, I think they'll still do well. India might be the future too. They don't have energy per se, but they have human energy, and they have a big domestic market. India might be where it's at, but I don't think anyone's going to trust the rupee right now. Africa's starting to coalesce around oil, other gold, but a young population. But it doesn't seem like a place with a central bank yet. Brazil, I think that's it. I think it's the Federal Reserve. Brussels? People are going to trust Brussels? I think it's the Federal Reserve, and I think Trump is creating a strong enough message that America, with its idea, remember, the strength of America is its idea. The individual has rights. The feminist movement now, the extreme feminist movement, is destroying that. It's all about this patriarchy and women, just because they exist, can step into positions of leadership when they didn't lead anything but their rear end around cheerleader outfits and sororities and maybe high-class bars and restaurants and get a job. But anyway, that's our future, I guess. But Trump is changing that somewhat. By the way, I'm not saying that women shouldn't have every right to education, every right to leadership, every right to anything. But I think you have to earn your stripes. You can't, and in fairness, there's men out there that get ahead because they're good looking, or they get ahead because they throw the football, or they get ahead because their father is a billionaire and their mother's a model, and therefore they're good looking. And life isn't fair. I would agree with that. But so I'm not talking on the margin. It's just when you do it as a huge experiment, I don't know what's going on. And then we get the social scores from China, and then our bankers go into China, and our bankers have adopted, and our politicians too, have adopted the CCP as our somehow our policeman's the wrong word, but our guide, we don't want that. Trump's getting rid of that. So Tebow, my opinion is in the next time of market stress, it'll be the Fed and the Fed alone. I think Russia could help, and we would be great partners with Russia. But Russia's not a big enough economy yet. No one trusts it. There's only one economy, which I think is corrupt, but I think the rest of the world trusts. And there's only one bond market and one taxation market and one population and one military that the world can at least convince themselves in the next crisis that's where their money should be. And I think it'll be the Fed. What are my thoughts on GameStop? I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but I think they have $7 a share in cash. It might be $6 by now. The stock's trading at $20 above that cash value. I don't think Cohen's any genius. Your argument, if you own GameStop, is that Cohen is such a genius that he can turn $6 into $26, which is break even. I think that's specious. I don't see any genius in the GameStop model. I don't see any way that GameStop gets to that multiple. Now, you're going to say, well, GameStop could be like Amazon, but only for consoles and clickers that people use to play games. All right, that might be. How long did it take Amazon to get there? It took so long. I think by the time GameStop could achieve that, so I don't think they'll do it overnight. By the time they could do that, I think the MAGA 7 stocks, PE ratios will have gone from as high as 70x down to 10, 8 or 10. And yes, Amazon is a miracle. I think Amazon has benefited from its ties with the CIA, just like I think all of the MAGA 7 have. And the corrupt financial system, which takes money from soup to nuts, and it only changes hands with a certain narrow group, primarily of white men, and they get rich all the way up, and the markets help them all along the way. And that includes antitrust. There's no antitrust actions taken against these handful of men. I don't see Cohen benefiting from that, at least in time, to get the outsized PE ratios. I know it's anecdotal, but I went into the GameStop store at Tyson's Corner, and believe it or not, Tyson's Corner was crowded. It brought back memories of when we would all go to as teenagers, and I worked at the mall. It just brought back all those bad memories of, I hate malls. But it's very crowded. Not as crowded as it used to be, I agree, but there was traffic. And it was 10 o'clock on a Tuesday morning. It wasn't, or maybe 11 o'clock, lunchtime. I didn't eat there, but I was killing time. for a couple of hours. And I walked by the GameStop store 6 times, and I went in once. It was empty, totally empty, full to the ceilings with whatever the hell GameStop sells. And one person in there doing something behind the counter. I don't think GameStop sells a lot of shit out of its stores. So I think that their leases are a burden. I think it was Jim Cramer that pointed out that to buy back all their leases or just to ride out their leases is $1 billion. So that probably brings the value of the cash per share that I remember being 6 or 7, that might bring it down to $5 a share or $4 a share. And if you think Cohen is going to risk that cash on a speculative new idea, I think you're crazy. I think Cohen sees a way of living the high life, and maybe he'll get as lucky to find a hot chick like Bezos. I mean, isn't that every man's dream? Make billions of dollars so you can find a hot chick like Bezos did? So my feeling is GameStop is dead in the water. I don't think the short position is ever going to catch out. And I think people, God bless everyone that still calls out for the mother of all squeezes in GameStop. But when it ran before, Citadel, Cohen bailed out one of their friends, Melvin Capital or Marvin Capital, and they stopped the squeeze. And since then, the stock has had a run at least 3 or 4 times, 5 times. Every time it does, Cohen sells stock to the shorts. That issue has been solved. They profited by shorting additional shares downward while you all, because I wasn't involved, bought more shares on the way up. They priced deals where they cross shorts with fake investment banks, and they sold you a lot of stock on the way down that they're net profitable, I would guess, in their short position. So I do not see a short squeeze in GME. I see dead money. I think the stock is worth at best $4 a share, at best. And I think it'll head to $4, $3. I'll pick a number. GameStop will be $2.50 a share before it's $250 a share. I don't know how clear I can be. It's dead money. I think you can buy dips, sell the rips, but you don't, because you're hoping for the big, huge win. Ham has given you some other people here have given you some. Because I've heard of stories, I've given you some. There's other stories out there. I think GME is deader than Zegler's career. Zegler's career. GameStop is deader than Snow White the movie. That's my opinion. All right, Gary responded, tapped out, ZJYL, finger, MMTL, GTII. Yeah, MMTLP is dead. You can't do anything. GTII, I don't think you should do anything now. You'll get another chance to add money to that, I think, but I wouldn't. I think you should. There's nothing. When you list these, MMTLP and GTII, totally dead money, totally can't do anything about it. You might get another chance down the road. So then the only things you have are ZJYL and Finger. Finger has had a nice run right now. Finger's now at $1.57. It was $1. ZJYL, likewise, it was as low as, well, it really hasn't run very much. Now, I guess the best thing to do, Gary, would just be to sit and do nothing. And that's what you've chosen to do, buy and hold. Told you, if I don't know how many shares you have, I don't know your weighting. I think buy and hold is a loser's, it's a victim's choice, but you know, sometimes we're victim. There will be other stories probably, but right now, my opinion only, and you might know some. You've got Rail, you've got NIXX, you've got GBUX, you've got ZJYL, which you're already in, you got GDC. You might have a couple of others. I can't, my head's, they're not popping into my head, but there might be a couple of others. So when you sit down, Gary, which is just the most amateur way to look at a stock. It's idiotic, but I'm not saying you're idiotic. I'm just saying the strategy is idiotic. I'm going to buy and hold, right? And if it goes down, I'm going to hold, and I'm not going to do anything. If it goes up, I'm going to hold unless it goes way high, but if it goes way high, I'll probably still hold. It's stupid. It's just stupid. But you could do it. I mean, so let's say, what is ZJYL going to be if you hold it? What is ZJYL going to be if you hold it, and when? I feel like I'm talking to a computer, not a human, but whatever. ZJYL, 75 cents. And we know you're losing on it. But all that matters is where it is today. And you also have Finger. You don't sell the rips, buy the dips, you just hold. But you like to come on here and complain. FNGR, 158.9. The others are dead. You can't do anything. You can suck wind with those. So you're going to suck wind here until they go back to your break even. Total loser. Total amateur. I'm not picking on you. I got to be clear. But that's what the other side counts on, is that we're just amateurs and we're complete idiots. I'm not picking on you. But man, they feast on it. They feast on it. So you need 17x on ZJYL to get your money back. I have no idea what you need on Finger. So you need you're going to hold on to ZJYL till it goes to $13. You're going to suck wind until ZJYL goes to $13. That's your break even. I have no idea what your finger break even is. All right, let's go with this information. You're going to do nothing. So ZJYL to go back to 13 is, frankly, fantasy land. If you opened up, if a stockbroker opened up your account and saw ZJYL at 75 cents, they would tell you to sell it, number one. Number two, they would look it up. And if the person is a technician, they would see what a disaster this stock chart is. Absolute disaster. But they might argue that it could go to $1, maybe $1.40, but they would tell you the most they see it going to is $2. If they'd be very conservative, they wouldn't. They would look at this chart and just tell you to get out of the stock. But you are expecting that to go to 13. It's a Chinese company. And you go to their website, which I'm sure you've done because you've thought about your strategy and came up with the excellent strategy of sucking wind, buy and hold. So it says Jin Medical not only products, but committed to something or other. So they sell wheelchairs in China. And I don't know, do you think wheelchairs is a competitive business? It looks like it's a decent wheelchair. They're building a new facility. They put that out in October in Zhuzhou City, China. Jin Medical, an industrial leader in assistive technologies and manufacturer and developer of wheelchairs and living aids, announced the initiation of construction of Jinmed's new manufacturing facility at Zhuzhou City, Anhui Province, China. They're going to build high-end. All right, here comes Sam. Hello. Hey, how are you?
Shitty, but still got this stupid cloth, whatever it is.
Well, one of your friends was shitty all weekend. He got food poisoning Friday night. All right. Are you driving?
I'm driving. I'll be in the car. So if you're live, let's go.
All right. All right, Gary, Gary Ball, I'll get back to that. Am, it's your go.
All right, everybody. I'll start out by bringing up old news again. Look at Root, R-O-O-T. It hit 180 today. When the shorts stop selling, the stocks will just melt up. That's what's going to happen. Finger Motion got going a little bit today, and they came back down. No momentum. Hurry up, sell it. Remember, who wants less all the time? Only Jeff Easton and Lynn Partners. No momentum. Momentum is a killer for them, so they have to try to push it back down to get people to sell. Shorts, when they fold, will be looking for sellers. That is Root, R-O-O-T. There are no sellers. Everyone knows they're dead, and they're just letting it go up. It was just broke 140 a couple of days ago. Today it hit 180. It's not going up $1. It's going up 20 at a clip now. And that's what's going to happen. I believe that is the future of GBUX. GBUX will trade like Root. It will have these same big up days, drift down, and then go higher. Finger Motion is going to be completely different. It will be a rocket because when the prime broker calls it in, okay, the stock will just be bought until they finish covering every share. Do you understand that? Does everyone understand that? Yay, nay, I don't know.
I'm sure they do.
Those are the two patterns, two different patterns of a buy-in or short covering. Finger Motion will have the express. GBUX will have these up 20, down 5, up 15, down 10, up 30, like that. And they keep trying to hold it down today again. You gotta remember, these clowns were trying to hold it down below $2 2 days ago. Now it's back up to 5. All right, it's the same thing that happened before. And I think the company's addressing everything they have to do. And just let's let it play out with the company. The shorts are trapped. I know people that are buying it. What else can I possibly say? I don't have every gory detail about it. There's someone that's been posting on Twitter that's been talking about the Middle East. I'm told you should follow him. I don't even know his name. It's on Twitter. I don't know who it is. If you can find it, let me know. I don't know who it is. But they have, obviously it's got somebody who knows something going on in the Middle East. So take a look at that. A GTII, there's nothing to report. MMTL is nothing to report. I think that the Trump and you can see all these stocks are starting to have a different look. People are putting up on Twitter that Citadel, and I forgot the other company, Susquehanna, got $1 trillion in derivatives. They got $300 million behind them, and they got $1 trillion in liabilities. $1 trillion. This is not going to end well with these idiots. Just like in 2008. So if you are long the market, be careful. Trade it, do what you have to do, because once these shoes start to drop, there's going to be big, massive hits. I think the financials are going to get hit pretty good. So again, be careful if you're playing the market, on the long side. You can buy them and, buy a dip and flip it, but don't stay too long. If you got long positions that are up big, remember, when the market starts to go down, everybody looks for money to raise capital to support their positions. And they always shoot the ones that are up the highest. So like NVIDIA, things like that will always get sold off. And it's about time that people are covering Tesla, trying to destroy the guy for doing nothing. It's just ridiculous. Any questions, William?
Sal L is very happy you're back. whoever D Fresh is, he said, "Thank God you're back, because I'm depressing."
I'm not really back. You're depressing.
I'm depressing.
I'm depressed too. We're all depressed.
Rosy Gray Glasses says you're coming on. Dido bought calls. Good. One call. Steve says you're coming on at 1:30. There's a stock Magoo, MLGO, that's way up.
Yeah, I heard that went up.
Pilot and Queen of all trades, Anna, was in it.
Mm-hmm.
90.
My friend bought this, William. I don't know if I told you this. A good friend of mine bought 300,000 HUHU. I know zero about it. I didn't even care.
Is that the gold index?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
HUHU?
No, HUHU.
Oh, all right.
He took it up today. He tells me it's going to go to $100. I know nothing about it. It went up, it went down, and I know nothing about it. I'm just rehashing what someone told me. I thought it'd be a name you could take a look at, but I have no interest in it. I didn't buy a position in it. Just let you know that I'm only following it because my friend told me about it. And he's a very good player. So that's all I know about it. All I know, it goes up 50. I have no idea. But the same patterns and all the names are when a stock goes up, the shorts come down, knock it down. I don't understand who allows it, but that's what's going on.
Laura is pointing out the 90-day delinquency numbers just came in, the worst since 2008. I think she's talking about maybe debt, like credit card and cars and mortgages. I don't know. But yeah, I think people are struggling out there. And then Alan wants to know, do you think Finger is going to do something soon?
Well, Alan, I bought calls for March that just expired, right? I think that tells you I thought it was going to happen before March expired, right? I think that pretty much answers the question. I just don't have extra money to buy calls right now, or else I would. I do think something's coming shortly. I don't know which one's coming, but I believe something's coming. Martin told people that things are happening faster than we all thought. And you know why? He said it at the conference, what was it, last week? I told you we had money managers talking to him. And well, Martin has to give it this. Go ahead.
That's certainly what happens. Things can go very quickly once a story starts to click. And
well, the shorts know that, and the stock was going. And like I said, on Wednesday of last week, if they didn't knock it down from 178, the stock would have been 2, would have went to 3 based on the option short squeeze, right? So, whatever's going on, they know it, and they're just trying to hold it down, trying to get people to sell. That's all they're trying to do. Because once they take their foot off the landmine, William, we all know what's going to happen, right?
They'll blame Trump?
I guess that's it, yeah.
Patrice wants to know, can they work out the short position in finger motion slowly and it never runs?
Yes, they can. That's if they were doing it to a stock where no one had education about it.
Oh.
I'll give you an example, like MULN or whatever. They can never turn that stock because there's no one really talking about it. There's no one, it's just like a bunch of people. That's it. There's not a prayer they could run the clock out in finger motion. That ain't happening.
Okay. And Danny wants to know, with apologies, is the dividend off the table?
I guess Danny didn't read, and I'm sorry, Danny, I don't want to be sarcastic. The gentleman, Frankie, had people, I had people with Martin, 100% it's happening. He said it in his videos. He said it every chance he has, he says it. The problem is there's corporate stuff that's required by the SEC, that's required by, the company to finish their audit and to do these things. And it just takes time. We can't do anything about it. The short sellers just hit a sell button. And that hitting the sell button brings up the questions that you're asking. That's it. Think about if you were invested in companies 2 years ago and no one ever told you about what was going on, you would be totally lost. Why is the stock going down? It's got good news and no one knows. Now we are exposing all the guys that bash on Twitter, all the toxic lenders, all this trash. We've exposed it all. And it's still here.
Yeah.
The police need to take these guys out and shoot them.
Yeah. Arrest them anyway.
Shoot them. They're stealing from everybody. They know what's going on. The DTC, the brokerage firms, the prime brokers, the stock loan people, they're all criminals. How they just basically go out here and just rob people. It's unbelievable.
Without giving financial advice, Lexi would like to know, Lexi Girl, I guess that's his daughter. Are May 16 calls a wise play? If not, which calls look the best to you?
I bought the March calls. I bought the March calls that just expired on Friday. Do you think I think it's far away? No. I think it's close. So your April and May calls, I believe, will be fine.
Deacon only invests in crypto now.
Well, Deacon, I hope you didn't pay $100,000 for Bitcoin because it went straight down, right? Listen, I believe in crypto also. I don't understand it. I have never bought it. I watch people buy Bitcoin for drug dealers and get paid and make money doing it that way. I've seen that. So that's why I had no interest in it. But yes, I like that better than the stock market if they don't fix it. If they fix the stock settlement, there's nothing better than the stock market, because if you use your brain, you'll be able to protect yourself and not get in these crazy wild swings that you see in stocks. The wild swings are here to get you to panic. That's all they're doing. And they do the same thing in crypto. It goes above 100,000. They drive it down fast. People get nervous. People sell. That's what happens.
Well, we'll see what happens if there's a market crash, a financial crash. What happens to crypto? We don't know. Nobody knows what happens. It's never been through it before. Mm-hmm. It's not a negative or a positive. It's just, it's never been tested before. Well, Gerald has 50 of the $2 calls and 80 of the
Is this stock MLGO up $8?
Yeah, it's way up. Yeah. That's the one that Anna, Queen of Trades, has, and Pilot to the Moon has, and
oh, good for them. Good for them. Well, I hope they bought it low and sold some into
the chart. It was a stock destroyed, obviously, by a financing. So, but something's happening. I don't know what. I guess the shorts are getting caught.
Wait, 4 hours ago, plans to issue additional new shares at an offering price of 80 cents?
That's the news?
What's today's date?
Well, she hasn't returned my call yet. I don't know who it's going to be. Today is the 24th.
It says 80 cents.
It's a good reason to buy it at 450.
450.
What is it?
The stock is 10 or 11.
They're going to issue stock at 80 cents and it's 10? I
Went to
want some
11.
of that. Let's sell it at 10. Oh, we can't. We don't have that market maker.
Wow. Well, congratulations to people that paid
What's
80
going
cents.
on there, then? What do you think's going on there?
I think they got an algorithm to trade, and that's why it's trading 250 million shares.
True. But
That's it.
are
That's
they going
it.
to raise money at $10 instead of 80 cents?
No, I think the people that bought it just made themselves a lot of money.
Did they get free to trade stock?
I don't know. I'm just looking at it. She asked me to look at it. To me, it looks like they caught a short and they deserved it.
Oh, your mama.
Any other questions?
I sold my finger at 170 and bought more back at 157. I think that's great. I think finger is behaving like a buy the dip, sell the rip, but with part of it. You don't have to do it with all of it, but I think you can.
Well, listen, the one thing about that, and listen, that's the first probably, I don't know what you paid for it, but I'm glad you made a trade. But again, the making 20 cents or 30 cents, I got it. It's great. Don't get me wrong. But this is a stock that we've been waiting for a big moment. If the stock went from $1.50 to $3.50, I got it. Trading it, buy, sell the rip, buy the dip.
Yeah.
But I think you're playing too close to I'm just giving you my opinion. You can do it all day long. I don't care if you do it for a penny. I could care less. Just be careful because, if you've been around the name because you're waiting for something exciting to have happen. Imagine if you sold it at $1.70, you give your wife a high five, say, we made 20 cents.
You don't.
And then you turn around and then it's $20. You'll sit there and say, what the hell did I do? That's what listen, do whatever you like to do. I'm a believer in making money, so you do what you have to do.
So what about executing our calls during a squeeze? If they have to source the stock in the middle of the squeeze, will the
listen, don't even worry about it.
The
game is coming to an end. Don't even worry about it.
Vince wants to know, what option would you buy? August?
So I told you I bought Marches that just expired on Friday. The timing, I believe, is now. Whether it's today, tomorrow, was it supposed to be Thursday? Whatever day it's coming, it's coming. I think that if you want to really play it safe, by August. I think that April, May, it's, I would rather buy them now at the stock below 160 again than when the stock at 180. Buy them when they don't want them and sell them when they do.
What did you say about GBUX? I didn't hear it. I wasn't listening.
What did I say?
Or I don't remember you saying anything. But I'm sure.
I think GBUX is going to have the same trading pattern as ROOT. And I think that stock is ready to go to explode.
How high did ROOT go?
180 from 7.
Wow.
That's the short sellers trying to cover on their own terms. GameStop, the short sellers had no terms and the prime brokers were buying them in. The prime brokers told everybody on Wall Street to go buy the stock. That's why Ryan Cohen, all these other people jumped in, because they knew someone was being bought in. Because I told you before, if I told you to buy GameStop and it was just $4, and I call you up and say, hey, it's $200, you would hang the phone up on me. Why didn't you tell me at 4, 10, 20? You're telling me at 200, it's going to 500? That's just nonsense. Those people, everyone knew.
Mhm. If there's no shares to borrow, how are they driving the price down?
That's a good question. They do is they mark their tickets as a long sale, like Goldman Sachs did. Sell the stock and worry about it later. Goldman Sachs got busted for doing that. Listen, the whole system's broken. These guys have 100 loopholes. But the system's going to be cleaned up, and that's where the death of all these guys is going to come out. That's why I keep telling you, it's a life-changing trade or investment. Never before has the government told you what's going to happen and which way a stock's going to go. By forcing settlement, they're telling you the stock's going up. That's it.
It's changed my life so far. There's no more questions, but
that's it.
Well, I'm sure they'll have more in a second. Somebody did ask my thoughts on GME. I gave them. I don't know if mine aren't very positive, but you can.
Again,
I think it's a great chance to sell the stock, whatever price you can get above $5.
Where is it? 25.54. Listen, there's a cult following of that name. And people are buying a $25 stock. Not a $5 stock, a 25. Granted, he has money, but you can have all the money in the world if you can't put it to use and make money. It's worthless. Money is worthless in the stock market. It just eats them apart. They take salaries, they pay all these things off. He obviously raised the money from the shorts buying the stock. So I would only tend to believe that it's the hottest name in the world. And you have to be the people, if you're still shorting that stock in size, you belong in jail. You should be hung when they get you. And I do believe that the back offices on Wall Street are looking for people that are playing over their heads in that name. So I think the short is probably still a short here, but I think they've been unwinding for a long time. That's my opinion on it. Same with AMC, same thing.
How high can GBUX go?
I had a dream last night. I'll say between 30 and $70 is my guess. And that's a dream taking a pot. That's a dream taking Mucinex and a pot gummy. Maybe the combination. Maybe if I took a different combination, I come up with a different number. I don't know.
Thomas says, when fingers squeezes, I'm out of the market. That's not
great, Thomas. Thomas, I'll pick you up and drive you away from the market. 100%. I agree with you. I hope it changes your life, and I hope you never come back again.
Yeah.
There's too much. It's just to allow this type of fraud to continue for 37 years. Even in 2006, the SEC chairman did that little video about naked short selling, security fraud, and no one did anything. They just let them keep robbing. They let people like Jeff Easton, the Kramers, Hal Mintz, just rob people at will. No big deal. The Kramers walk around giving people high fives at a conference like they're like they're fucking Elon Musk walking around. They're criminals. They're going on vacation, fucking laughing. They buy big houses. They're having a party, robbing people. How they allowed that? Listen, I got Citadel. Citadel positioned himself to be a big market maker, pay for order flow. He set the whole scam up like Bernie Madoff. These other guys doing toxic lending, they're just basically just stealing. That's all they're doing. I couldn't care less. I put it up, William. A young woman, I guess she was elected to the Congress or whatever. I think she's 47, dead of brain cancer from Texas. No one cares. How could she, God forbid anybody gets it. How do you not speak up if you have the power or the position? Northwest Bio can help you. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. Until you're dead. Then you start to talk. Oh, why did we do this? I don't understand. I don't understand it.
Any news from the insiders on ZJYL?
If I hear it, I tell you. My friend owns $5 million worth of stock. If I hear something, I'll let you know.
Do you think it can go to $13?
I think it can go a lot higher.
If you own,
if MLGL can go after raising money at 80 cents today and it went to 11, ZJYL can go higher.
if you owned it at 13 and it's here and you haven't sold, what would you do?
I would buy more to average down.
What if it's in your IRA and you only own Finger, MMTLP, and ZJYL? What would you do?
What does that mean? You have no more money? Is that what that means?
I guess he has no more money.
So wait for one of these things to pop and you sell 1,000 shares of Finger or whatever. You can't sell MMTLP. And you use some of that money. Let's say Finger runs to 3 and you got 10,000 shares. You sell 1 and you buy some more ZJYL at the bottom. You still got 9 Finger and you average down on the other thing.
Do you have windshield wipers going on?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. It's pouring out.
It's better than.
I had to take my son to the doctor, so I'm just sitting in the car.
It's better than having a pacemaker. ZJYL is at 99 cents.
It was at $1.02 the other day. It goes up and down, you know.
Did you hear anything about another stock ticker?
Yeah, I told you. I heard about that other stock. NU. My friend bought 300,000.
Now you've just used a different name. NU or HU?
Oh no, HU. Sorry, HU. Sorry, Harry Uncle. I don't know anything about it. I posted about it. I told you a guy was going to tell me something. He told me yesterday. I put it up. It went up to 850. My friend bought 300,000 today, and they knocked it down. I asked him. He says, "Don't worry, it's all good." And that's all I know. I don't have any money to buy it, but that's what I heard. Watch it. I don't know anything about it.
HU. Okay.
That's all I know. Hey, I said that about GBUX. I heard it's going to be the stock of the year. It went from nothing to $10 back down, and now it's going back up again. I still don't really know anything. I should have sold my 10,000 at 10, and I could have bought back 20,000 below 5, right? But I didn't. We all make the same mistakes.
Yeah, it's not personal. Everybody does this. Any news on ZJYL? Can Finger and GBUX do another head fake? Let it go to 7 and then be short back down.
The shorting game is coming to an end. I keep trying to tell you that. This can't go on. If it's going to continue to go on, I would advise everybody to sell and just go out and sell, buy puts and get 20 friends and everybody go the same way. Get a group and just go out there and bash anything you want. What's the big deal? There's no crime. There's no nothing. No one cares. If you can't beat them, join them. Let's become short sellers.
As soon as we do that,
We can't keep buying stocks and be under attack every day. It's just too hard every day.
as soon as they do that, we'll get arrested. As soon as we do it, we'll get arrested.
You know what? I'll take the bologna sandwich and go to jail. Just watch DJT. DJT starts running past 25. You know the news is coming. That's all you got to watch. Just think about what you watched the finger motion. It was $1.80 and they're pushing it down to below $1.60. Why don't they want it to go up? Make more money on a sale. The only reason is they can't afford to. It's margin money. That's it. I don't know who gives them leverage. I don't know who's partners with them on the bet, but they all deserve to go to jail for allowing this type of fraud to continue. It's basically free riding, William. They're letting them trade with no money in their accounts, like Alpine did, and there's no money. We can't buy stocks with no money.
That MLGO is just totally illegal. 80 cents, and it's trading at $9-10. They'll let it go because somebody is making $100 million.
Oh. With all these shares going back and forth with the algorithms, forget it.
It's just a gift.
They don't care about the people in the middle, so the people in the middle need to vacate, is my opinion.
Old man says, we fell into a good one with GBUX. Thank you.
Well, I hope you bought it the first time and sold it, and you got a chance to buy it again, in which case I got to wait for this idiot to get appointed.
All right.
I got to see what they say, because if they're not going to say anything, the truck is going to be brutal. I'm a Trump guy, but I'm going to throw him under the bus like there's no tomorrow. Him, Devin Nunes. Besides the crooks being bashed, they will get bashed.
Any thoughts on an MMTLP settlement?
Again, they will settle it. I just don't know why. There has to be somebody doing something behind the scenes. I don't hear anything, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken to John Berger in a couple of weeks.
So it's raining in New York.
Pouring.
At least the streets are safer.
Oh, yeah. If anyone's by NYU on the east side, I'm there.
Wow. Old man has made money in GBUX, made his money back, and he still has 2,400 shares. That's not bad trading.
Nice trade.
So when do you think GBUX is soon, and you think it could be similar to your dream? 30 to
Root.
70.
It's going to be like Root. I think it's going to jump The first trades, it's going to jump $10 to $15, pull back down, come back down to be up 10, then it go 10 to being up 30, like that. Down, up, bigger, up. Because they'll be fishing and looking for sellers. Someone sent me a name of a guy that's posting on Twitter that seems to know stuff. It's at X_THE_everything. I don't know who that is.
What does he know?
He says GBUX is the hero in Capital Crusade, 100 million adventure as they expand into Canada, Mexico, and UAE. They're ready to take the villains on, aka competitors. Who knew finance could be this thrilling?
Thrilling.
There's a whole bunch of posts. Someone sent a picture of it to me. I don't even know what it is. I have no idea.
I've never been more thrilled in my life.
I'm thrilled.
Did the shorts cover some GBUX today? Is that why it went up?
Nope. My friends are buying it. Absolutely false. I got about 5 friends buying about 10 to 20,000 each.
More than me. You have 4 or 5 friends.
And they have money. That's the best part. Money.
Yeah.
When I want to meet friends with no money, I know where to go. The shorts and GBUX are playing it perfect. Meaning that it spiked, they drove it down, we're laughing, the truck doesn't mean anything, fuck you, that's what they were saying, right?
Right.
They thought they were going to break the stock below 2, they had it down, boom, it turns and now it's 5 again. Do you realize what a bear trap that was? These guys, and now they're trying to press their bet today, selling 50,000 shares. They're just basically making 2.4 million shares short, going to make it 2.5. I want my good friend from Miami. He had a procedure done today, and he just got up, and he had to go into the hospital this morning.
Is he okay?
People, he's in a tough spot. Listen, people, I told people when I first started enjoying this thing, life is short. This is a tough battle. I have friends of mine that passed away over time. Shorts don't care. You ask me why my anger is to Jeff Easton or these guys. They're criminals. They're stealing your life. They're stealing our lives. But the reason I'm fighting is not for my life. It's for my kids and my grandson. Because if they don't have an opportunity, they'll just be working the rest of their days, never getting ahead, never having an opportunity to invest in anything or trade a stock or do anything like that. William, I was watching Step Brothers last night. I don't know if you've ever seen that stupid movie. But Will Ferrell's in it. I forget the other guy's name. John C. Reilly, I think his name is, some crazy guy. And they're both 40 years old, living at home with their parents. And the dad goes to the new wife, says, yeah, my son wants to inherit my business. And the new wife goes, but you're a doctor. He goes, I don't know. That's what I keep telling him. You just can't inherit my business. You got to become a doctor. He goes, where does he get that? Where does he come up like that? It's just so stupid what's going on that these guys at Naked Shorting, the Kramers are teaching their kids how to do it. This guy's teaching, Hal Mintz is teaching his cousin. And that's how these groups spread. And I was always curious how no one ever asked Martin Scarelli who taught him how to do it. He was arrested. He sold, I forget how many shares of a company. And in the court documents, he told Merrill Lynch he borrowed the shares. And Merrill Lynch said, did you borrow the shares? He goes, yeah, no problem. And they let him short. That was Merrill Lynch checking. Nobody on this call could go into your account and try to sell a share of IBM that you don't own. Your system will block you. How did this guy get through? Obviously, Merrill Lynch was his partner in this crime. And no one ever questioned the guy about that. Anything else, William? I think finger motion dip here is a screaming buy. I think if you have an opportunity to buy the April or May calls for a dime or a nickel, whatever ones they are, buy them. That's my financial advice to myself. So if anyone's listening, the SEC, I'm not giving financial advice. This is my opinion, William's opinion. But if I was playing, I'd be all over them. If GBUX screams, I may sell 1,000 at $15 to $20. Take it and go buy 500 calls and finger motion, or 1,000 calls. And that's how I'll raise capital. And I hope my friend Robin from Miami's on. I hope he's on. I hope you feel better. William hopes you feel better, Robin. And stay strong. Keep fighting. We're all here for you.
I think everybody needs to say a prayer for Robert today.
Yes, he's a good man. He's a pain in the fucking ass, but he's a good guy. I'm only kidding.
You're attracted to those kind of people.
Yeah, it's so funny, William. You introduced me to him. And we had a conversation the other day. He goes, my God, you're fucking crazy. I says, I never told you I wasn't. You wanted to meet me. Well, congratulations. You get the whole package. He goes, oh my God, you're fucking crazy. I says, yep, that's how you got to be in this game. Good man, good man, good man. He got beat up in GameStop and AMC, and I'm trying to get him straight. He's long about 40 or 50,000 GBUX. Nice. Good man. I hope he kills him. I hope he sells it at fucking 50, sells it, and go enjoy the rest of his days. I hope it happens to everybody.
That'd be a nice trade. I hope it happens. I hope it happens. But you're pretty confident on GBUX. So we'll see.
We'll see. Hey, listen, there's some news on the tape. Just read the news. The news, well, not today. I mean, just there's been news on the tape. They're doing things, right? They're doing a dividend. They're fighting. They got the raise capital. They're doing everything. But, you know, it takes time to build a company. Look at GameStop. He's got money for 2 years, $4 billion. What's he done? But stick his finger up his ass. Nothing, Ryan Cohen. Everybody praising him. Ryan Cohen, he's done nothing. I told him, open up a brokerage firm. Their stocks never go down.
There's room for his finger? Everybody's up his rear end.
He doesn't do anything. I wouldn't do anything easy. I would tell you people. I would tell you if I was him, hey, man, I raised $5 billion. You had 14 squeezes already. If you're standing here, you're out of your fucking mind. Go someplace else. That's what he should say.
Stoney thinks Rob Cohen, whatever his name is, Cohen has done a lot. He's got the Emir of Qatar involved, and he's just been great.
I'm going to tell you about the Emir of Qatar. Not him, but I know people that I was on calls with people that invested in, I'll say Rivian. Is that it? The automaker Rivian? Is that one?
Yeah.
RIVN.
Yeah.
I was on a phone with, and he was a big investor in it. And the other guy on the call was the guy from Greenlight Capital. He was a short seller. He shorted Rivian, and this friend was the buyer of Rivian. And they had the stock down below 10. And the guy and they were from Dubai. They were getting fucking killed. So again, big money doesn't always win.
It's all the victims. New source
I'm just saying
of capital. PSA partnership. He added the guy from PSA to the board. He doesn't take a paycheck. Built $5 billion cash pile. But yeah, he's done nothing.
I would have put Mickey Mantle on the board, Joe DiMaggio. It's a big deal. He put someone on the board. Who gives a shit? He has to build a business.
Hey,
listen, I'm not here to knock. I'm not here. Don't listen. He raised the money.
There's no
he jumped in.
argument. He's done those things.
Right.
But
I'm not listening. I don't want to talk about it. Good luck. I don't even bring it up. I don't even want to talk about it. Good luck.
It's a great story. Great thing to be in.
It's going to be the future NVIDIA. It's going to come up with technology. It's going to be.
They got $5 billion. There's no other company out there with $5 billion.
Right.
They've got.
Well, if I had the $5 billion and I was the CEO of that company, I would have a lot of meetings in Las Vegas. I'll tell you that.
They've got. Can't tell.
There's no reason. Listen, there's no reason to discuss it. You own it. Good luck. Good. I don't care. Don't ask about it.
No, it's a great company. I mean, and he's great. He's got. I can't find how many shares are outstanding.
William, you can talk about GameStop when I get off. I don't care. Good luck. I could care less. I don't even look at it. I owned it. So for the gentleman that said Ryan Cohen's doing all this, I bought it at $3.75 and did a report on it. So fuck Ryan Cohen. He came in later on. He jumped on board. He was just selling dog biscuits. He squeezed Bed Bath & Beyond, got busted by the SEC for doing it, and now he's the chairman of GameStop. What's he going to do? Keep playing a short squeeze game? You got to build a company at this point. The short squeeze game is over for him. And for the people sitting here looking for a short squeeze and want him to talk about it, he can't do it anymore. He got the gift of gifts. $5 billion. What more do you want?
Well, he did it by selling stock to the shorts. That's how he did it. So that's
it was
not much of an accomplishment. He kept the stock price up because everyone is so infatuated with it. But it's got a specious business plan. I don't know how many shares are outstanding. I cannot find the data. The market cap is $11.5 billion. And they own a bunch of stores that are a liability, but I don't know how many. I can't find out how many shares are. Anyway, whatever.
What else, people? Otherwise, I'm going to go. Anything else?
Nothing else. The guy's giving you shit about your call on GME, so there's nothing else.
You don't have to give me. I told everyone to buy it at $3.75. Tell Ryan Cohen go fuck himself. He ain't better than me. I put it out in writing, my friend. So I wish you the best. Wall Street. You know how Wall Street treats things like this? You had your squeeze 10 times already. We don't give a flying shit. We're gonna go find it somewhere else. There's too much risk for no reward. Oh, that's how I look at it. We don't care. Anyway, listen, have a great day. Good luck with anything you're doing, and we'll touch base tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, so Stony, it's 4.6 billion in cash and short-term assets, not 5. They have 1.4 billion in liabilities. So if we take damn it. If we take 4.6 billion, you subtract the liabilities because that has to be paid back. 1.4 billion. That gives you a net, very simplistically, of $3.2 billion in short-term assets. You divide it by 446 million shares, and you get $7 a share. And then you can look up, that's what GameStop is worth in a liquidation. Simplistically, I'm being simplistic. But then you look at what the company is. GameStop is an American video game, consumer electronics, and gaming merchandise retailer headquartered in Grapevine, Texas. And the brand is the largest video game retailer worldwide. They operate 4,000 stores. They sell the Micromania Zing, the Think Geek, and Zing Pop Culture brands. They were founded in Dallas in 1984 as Babbage's. The company's performance declined during the 2010s because video game sales shifted to online shopping. And they made failed investments in smartphone retail. In 2021, after retail investors on Reddit noticed the stock short interest exceeded 100%, the company stock skyrocketed from $17 to over $500 a share. The SEC said this volatility was only partly attributable to the massive buying power of retail investors. GameStop is ranked 577th on the Fortune 500. That's all according to Wikipedia. It's great stock. I mean, you've got negative return on assets, negative return on capital, and revenue was down 20% year over year. Net income, they make $17 million a year. They lose when you put in accounting numbers. It's great. It's great. Let's see what the news is. Mark your calendars for March 25 on GameStop. GameStop shares are gaining this morning. Fourth quarter earnings. GME is trending because there's been rumors that Sultan Al-Madid, a tech investor, is considering a team up with the gaming retailer. Investors are hoping that GameStop will offer more color on that front during the earnings call, potentially announcing Al-Madid's investment in the company. Wall Street expects GME to report its third consecutive profitable quarter on March 25. Estimates are 9 cents a share. They're going to earn 9 cents a share on $1.48 billion in revenue. That would mean a significant decline compared to 22 cents a share on $1.79 billion in revenue year over year. However, speculation suggests that the company's CEO has already had a meeting with the Sultan Al-Madid in Qatar. If GameStop does indeed announce the Al-Madid partnership this coming Tuesday, investors' focus may shift from year-over-year decline in financials, leading to a further increase in GME share price following the press release. Is GME considering investing in Bitcoin? They could use $4.5 billion and invest in Bitcoin and suddenly be worth, that's $7 a share. They could find Bitcoin and suddenly be worth $26 a share. They don't call themselves sultans in Qatar. They're sheikhs. But whatever, I don't want to question it. Let's talk the financials of all the garbage companies you've pumped over the years. I haven't pumped any. I've talked about them. I would say I was very positive on Logic, a gentleman who seemed to really understand that space, convinced me, but I think his knowledge proved ineffective. So I think I was pretty strong on Logic. I was very clear that the deal they signed with Aubrey Capital, the moment I read it, and I fought back, but there wasn't much to do. That got attacked by the shills, and that guy is now the guy bringing companies into NIXX. So unfortunately, I think what happened with Logic is all of us who own those shares, we're riding on one Israeli medical company. And there's an Israeli guy living in Switzerland, I guess, Iranian guy, that is from Aubrey. I guess we're in good hands, but we're not getting the benefit of the deal flow out of New York. Probably 6 to 12 guys that are invested in NIXX are getting that benefit, but I can't fight that. I don't want to go through each one. GTII is a piece of shit in its financials. CRTD, Vocal's a piece of shit in its financials. I never recommended MULN. which I think has been devastated. I never recommended MMAT, which has been devastated. I never recommended MMTLP, but I think the asset's still there, but that's been devastated. I think it's too soon to know on Finger. I think Finger Motion's financials are not pristine, but they are growing, and I think it's too soon to finish the story there. I think ZJYL, GDC are all crap, but they're short squeeze candidates. I think Railtown, I think the financials are actually in a good shape for a company coming out of R&D and coming into the value creation phase of the company. What's the other one? NIXX. We'll find out, but if what's being discussed on Twitter and in press releases are true, they're on the verge of a lot of revenue. Of course, we don't know how much they're paying for it. But Stony, if you want to stay in GME, please. You've been in it, or not you, but a lot of people have been in it for 3 years. I've been negative on that. That was a great run. I wish I had been in it at up to 500. I wasn't. But I've been negative on what's going on in terms of a short squeeze from GME for all that time. Is it because I'm smart? No. Is it because I'm right? No. Just luck, I'm sure. But it's clear that Wall Street has any squeeze potential in GME under control. And guys, the stock is trading $20 higher than its breakup value per share. Is there anything that Cohen has that shows he's a genius? Buy it. But if you want to buy it, Stoney, you buy it. Go ahead and buy it. And the Sultan, whoever the hell he is, potentially is going to announce what? Is the Sultan stupid? He's going to give you $20 a share? He's not going to do that. So, whatever. I own a large position in Finger and held for 4 years. I've got 6-figure in MMTLP and G, and I'm frozen in time. Well, I never recommended that you get into MMTLP. So GTII, I didn't recommend GTII ever, even when I was talking to people when it was under $1, not live. I always said it's a piece of shit company, but the short squeeze part of it I believed in, but I've learned. I don't think that there's any compliance on Wall Street anymore. I also thought that the Trento mining deal, as it was presented to me before I met everybody, brought some excitement. I thought the lawyer company brought some excitement as it was presented to me. But I think in retrospect, that was a lot of gimmickry. I'm not picking on the guys at Trento. I'm talking about maybe I'm talking about Reichman. But we know more about GTI in retrospect than we did before. But I never told you to buy GTII. I did tell you if in a squeeze, and I did that early on, both Finger, GTII, and even with CRTD, I did a lot of looking back at what short squeezes had done. I made some projections on what a short squeeze could do if it happened. And that kept me from selling Finger at 9. It kept me from selling GTII at 9. And I really bought into the idea that Wall Street has compliance officers, that Wall Street enforces the rules, and it looks like they don't. That's my opinion now. So it's been a long time since I presented what might happen if a short squeeze possibly occurred. I no longer think and I've said it for a long time, at least a year and a half, Stony. I told you, of course, I don't speak to you personally, but I didn't say it maybe in the crystal clear black and white that I try to say things now. But a year and a half, 2 years ago, I started really banging the drum slowly, as the song goes, about how I don't think I could have been more clear other than just saying sell, 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 and hitting a noise button on a machine and hitting it going sell, sell. I was pretty darn clear that GTII, and that was from $2-3 a share downward. I'm not going to go back over it. It's all out there in video. But you didn't sell, so you're still in it. I don't believe you're still in it, but I guess you're smart enough to follow things. I don't know at what point you buy GTII and then it starts going down. What point does it become your responsibility to say, wait a minute, I need to sell this, or I have to sell half of it? I don't know, whatever. Finger is a little more complicated because I've gone hot and cold on Finger. I think it was 2 years ago that Finger's calls were at $1, and I really felt momentum, and it worked for a while. But I haven't been positive on Finger for quite positive's the wrong word. I haven't been a trader. I'm positive on the team, positive on what it represents longer term, but I wasn't all convinced about that stock price for the last year and a half. Last couple of months I've been very positive on Finger, but you're not a trader, Stony Bones. You just buy and hold, so you like to complain. But I'm not saying you're a shill. I didn't say that. I've seen you here before, but I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. You're getting very defensive on GME. I think it's an idiotic trade. There's not going to be a short squeeze in GME. But hey, my friend told me I'd get laid in my 90s, and I'll wait around for it and find out. I'm going to put an idea in your head, that has nothing to do with oil. I didn't tell them it would squeeze. That's just wrong. You can put that out there, but that's not right. I did think it could squeeze. I never promised that it would. That's just wrong. But I do accept responsibility that I thought it would. I thought it could. I thought it might. I do accept that. But I never promised that it, I think almost always I said, this is a prediction, not a promise. Something to that effect. What? There's going to be a free, I can come on and there's a free ride up to riches? No, I never said that. And I said it was a piece of shit company. But I did think there was And I did a lot of charting. I looked at a lot of short squeezes, and I thought these are the things. And that's why I didn't sell my stock at $9. But anyway, I can't go back and make it different. What happened happened. Tony, I'm going to stop talking with you because you're bringing. Yeah, exactly. I think Stoney's just a bot. But I remember his name, so he may be real. But I'm just going to let it go. All right. So I would play this for you, but I don't want to get afoul of YouTube. But this is Weimin Road in Shanghai, 2025. This is from a YouTube content creator called China Deep Dive. China Deep Dive. He's putting these two pictures together. I don't think it's the same block, but Shanghai used to be that crowded, and now the pictures are showing Shanghai this crowded, vacant. I don't know how to confirm. He's showing more video. And then he shows a lot of video of empty subway trains. Here's another one. Then they show empty shopping malls. Empty shopping malls. It's completely empty except for a few restaurants. Another picture of a different view. Empty streets in China, 2025. Everywhere is deserted. Only at hospitals are there many people. This is a hospital. Only at hospitals and crematoriums. I don't know how to prove this. Here's a hospital. This is a hospital. Not the shopping mall, the hospital. Many people died, many young people. Sudden death of people born in the 1980s. This is China Deep Dive, is what it's called. Hospitals. China New Year, a new wave of pandemic. Many families infected. It's a hospital. This is the Guangzhou hospital. And then the other was a different hospital. It's just hospitals. There's a crematorium. It's a poor guy dying. It's a young guy standing at a bus stop. It's a hospital. Hospital. These are funerals. 1980s, 5.2% mortality. It's a hospital. This is a hospital. This is a hospital. Daily turnover of 8 million people. It's overcrowded. People give everything to stay alive. Only in the hospital can you experience the sufferings of the world, feel the real cruelty and the impermanence of the world. You will find that a happy life is more important. The hospital is full of human suffering. The ward is full of tears and sadness. The bill is full of helplessness and panic. Our local hospital obviously has a lot more patients than before. I spent all my time waiting in line, and my ears were buzzing. I couldn't hear anything. Facing such an environment for a long time and feeling sorry for my baby, I can only try to adjust my mentality and face it with strength. March 9th. Jinzhou province. Midnight, a long line. There's 20 people waiting in line at the emergency department, but only one doctor. The hospital needs to check the situation. I don't know how to share this with you without getting a trouble. The cremation The cremation, I can't get the, all right, let's go back here. At the cremation facilities, they have 4 furnaces running 24 hours a day, according to this blogger. Not this part. $30 bodies a day. Well, they didn't say that. They said that it's running 4 furnaces every day, but the bodies are always 30 ready to be burned. Overcrowded with mourners. No room for parking. This is at a funeral home. The crematorium. They can't hold enough bodies. This is a funeral home. I don't know if it's stock photos, but it doesn't seem to be. Look at all these people. There's a Big B, this is a website called, a YouTube China deep dive, but this is in China. The whole thing I'm trying to show you, do you see that? Do you see that subtitle? The secret behind China's disappearing street crowds. I don't know how to prove it, but I've been following it now for, I don't know, a month or so. The population in China might not be 700 million people. And that's a lot of human suffering. Hospitals across China are packed with people, while once bustling places like shopping centers are empty. Here's a picture. Here's the World Financial Center at noon. It's empty in Beijing or Xinjiang. Shanghai Road, sorry, Shanghai Road. There's nobody there. But I don't know how to prove it. There's no one on the entire street at noon. Where are the office workers, the office leaders, major banks? Here, let me show you this. All right. We'll leave it at that. I mean, if I already wasted your time, but I'm trying to show you that I'm not making up that there seems to be a population crisis that might at least be happening in China. I don't know. No, I know. I'm not trying to be hard on Stony. I don't, I I can't recreate my conversation with him, but he came at me just now, which is fine. I don't mind it, but I'm going to tell him what I think, Susan. Uh, he is very positive on GME, and I want to make it clear. I mean, that's fine, but I think GME is a disastrous place to put your money, and I want to make it clear why I think that. It's not $5 billion. It's 4.6 billion in cash minus 1.4 in liabilities, but that doesn't even talk about the leases they have to break up. But Kramer said that could be over $1 billion itself. But anyway, that's $7 a share. GME's not worth $26 a share. Cohen is not worth that, $20 a share. And repeatedly, GME has gone up and they just sell stock to the shorts. That's my point. But Stoney doesn't see it that way. He thinks apparently that this shake out of Qatar is going to change things. It might be, but that's a huge, it's more than triple that the sheikh would have to just contribute out of the. You're looking for a sheikh to come in and give to shareholders $3 or $4 billion to make up for Cohen sitting there. I don't see it as a very smart stock to buy. Therefore, I think it's really not a very smart stock to own. Could it trade up because of, I don't know, hundreds of millions of people around the world collectively owning it? Yeah. I mean, apparently hundreds of millions of people think it's beautiful to put ink in their skin. Gorgeous women tattoo themselves. I mean, mass psychosis exists. So anyway, I'm not picking. I tried to be careful not to say anything negative about Stoney, but maybe I did. It's hard to tell why he came on so strongly, and he did just now, Susan. That's a fact. He misrepresented what I did, but maybe that's how he heard it. It's not an intelligent recommendation to own GME, and that's just a fact. But thoughts on Hoo-Hoo? Hoo-Hoo. Hoo-Hoo. Let's look at some of these stocks. Finger Motion is 155. ZJYL is 71 cents. Hoo-Hoo is down 77 cents. Its volume is 800,000. My thoughts, Wealth Rocket, just based on what I just heard, if you're a gambler, buy some, because I think it's probably going to go up. I don't have the money to do it, but buy 1,000 shares, that's 5,000. Buy 1,500 shares. I think it'll trade up. That's what I think. I don't know anything other than what you and I just heard. It's hard to borrow. Um, I bet that stock has a pop, and sell a third of it and get your money off, and then let the rest run. But I don't have the. I would buy HU as a gamble. You just heard it, so whoever's caught doesn't have time to react. I would buy HU. But it's not. It's obviously it's a gamble. It's not financial advice. I don't know your situation. I wouldn't. Put the mother's nursing home bill's money in it. I corrected your words. Oh, somebody else. I'm sorry. Who has cancer? Who has cancer? I'm sorry. Whatever happened to GTII? Ha 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 ha. Thank you for coming and bragging. Thank you for gloating. GTII was a stock that David Reichman met Kurt and Seth Kramer with their lawyer Nadich, and they had 6 investors who all attended the same temple in some city outside of New York. It was just coincidental. All Jewish investors, Jewish CEO, Jewish criminals, all Jewish. And they got, but it's just coincidence, and they got and by the way, when I talk about a handful of people being Jewish, that has nothing to do with 20 million people being Jewish. I'm just saying this group of people met at a temple. That's how they know each other. And the 6 or 7 investors, you're probably one of them, gloating. The 6 or 7 investors, Leo and others, have done this $600 million over and over and over again. They did a toxic convertible note. It went from very small short position to a huge one, and Reichman bought back the note. Over the course of the next 2 years, the company did everything with someone I really respect and have met personally, guiding them. They tried every item they could to catch out the shorts. At the end of the day, none of those things worked. Lou came in, this guy Lou came in, and everyone he recommended bought the stock. It ran to $9. I didn't sell my stock. There was a short going on, definitely a short squeeze going on. Your guys corrupted Lou, Frank Benedetto, and the CEO of COSM. You stopped the short in the tracks. Alpine, you moved the short position moved from the Kramers to Alpine. Alpine filed lawsuits. In those lawsuits, they called out Alpine in court, the NSCC, saying that there was a massive short position, and they did it in court records. It exists. But you guys corrupted and cheated the system, and you all are of a very narrow group of guys out of Clams Neck, New York. Each one of you is Jewish. Each one of you knows each other, and you don't give a shit about who you steal money from, because you go to temple and God doesn't have to forgive you. You're born without sin. So don't tell me what happened, ha, 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 gloating about GTII. You stole money, you committed fraud, you broke securities laws, and no one gives a damn. And why are you protected? I have no idea. So you go gloat somewhere else. Any more thoughts on Chapman Nuclear? No. Let me write that down. Chapman Nuclear. What I mean by pointing out that this is a group of guys that all go to the same temple, I think it was a racketeering, pre-planned criminal crime, and you're here to gloat. I don't think you're out of the woods, but GTII is dead. And you can gleefully count your shekels, but it doesn't mean that you did anything good. Shanghai is not what I expected. YouTube channel Spain Vlogs. Is that another one that would talk about it? Spanian? All right, I'll look that up. I agree we need to stick together. And GME does have a cult following, but, you know, I get that. And that can move markets. But I also think that's what the criminals count on. And that's what they're counting on in GTII. And he comes and gloats. These same guys, by the way, used to threaten my life on text messages. They would then they'd tell me they were going to drive it down, and they gloated. I don't react just out of the blue. These guys are evil. They're evil, and well, let me say it differently. They're God's children, but they're behaving in an evil way. They're behaving in an evil way. You can have your opinion on stocks, no question. But Stony, your opinion is given here when I'm trying to educate people what the criminals do. They have us. Look, at its core, every deal needs the first person in the pool. And then the rest of them come in with these structured methodologies to protect their risk. And we're that sucker. We're the ass end of every one of these trades. I don't want people to continue to be the ass end. GME is a sucker's bet. And it's amazing to me that it's still trading at $25. One day, that'll be a $3 stock. And then you'll be wondering why. But it's not yet. And maybe there's a miracle. If you want the bullish case, I haven't listened in many months, but a guy named George Donahue, who I met and I respect, he works his butt off and he makes a compelling case that the short squeeze is still there in GME. And if you want to trade it for that, just know what your risk is. That's all. Just know what your risk is. Earnings are tomorrow. All right, earnings are tomorrow. Let's see what happens. Earnings tomorrow. And the Sultan is going to change it. All right, let's Susan, I appreciate, and I really mean it, I'm not being dismissive to you, but Stony is in a mood right now, and I don't find it helpful. At least I'm not reacting to it well. I'll take the blame of it. I'll take the blame of it. Let's just see how the stocks are trading. Fingers 157, GBUX is 450. And not much happening. NIXX is 220. That might be the stock to buy today. Who knows? Who knows? Uh-oh. The India market is down $1 trillion. That's tough. So according to Haaretz, this is an Israeli newspaper. 50,000 Palestinians have been killed. That's a lot of people. I know it's terrible that 1,200 people were killed October 7th. It doesn't take away from that. Does killing ever take away the killing that it's supposed to? This is according to Haaretz. Israel is preparing to occupy Gaza, reinstate military rule, and fully control its people. This is from Haaretz. Ignoring massacres in Gaza City while protesting for democracy in Tel Aviv. What I'm looking for and I'm worried about is the airport. Announcement that death toll past 50,000 doesn't faze anyone, not even in Gaza. Whose boy is that? Whose boy is that? That boy deserves a hug and a cartoon to watch on TV and a play hour and a nap. Anyway, we lose 600,000 children a year in America. Yeah, I don't know that, but we also, a lot of children go missing. It's terrible. Yeah, there is a lot of death and dying. There is a lot of death and dying. It's 3:25. I don't think I'll stay on much longer. Don't be lazy on NIXX. It might be worth money you're gambling with. NIXX is down a little bit, but I think something should happen soon. GBUX, you heard from him. It rallied today. It's pulled back. Might be a good time. Buy the dip, maybe. I really like Railtown. It's quiet, but that's the quiet before the storm. Finger looks good. I'm a little different than him. I think you buy the dips, sell the rips with a tiny bit. I'm not talking about your whole position, but I think Finger has a good few months ahead of itself. And I don't know about this hoo-hoo, but I would, if I had money, just for the heck of it, I'd buy 100 shares or I'd buy 1,000 shares just based on Ham just heard about it. So that can't be stale. That can't be stale. So it's probably has an easy money trade in it. All right, 4 more minutes to 3:30. Let's see, NIXX 220. GBUX 474. Hoo-hoo 535. Finger 157. Who do you think you're fooling? Djokovic, did I tell you Djokovic won yesterday? I don't think he wins this tournament. There's a young Brazilian, Ferrara, no, I can't remember. I think he's going to win it all. I think he's the next big thing in tennis. Next big thing in tennis. And for those of you wondering, Cody Clemens earns a bench spot for the Phillies. All right. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. And in fact, sometimes I say things at the outside of the range simply so you think about it. What if China has a population crisis? What if people in China are dying as a result? Let's call it long COVID. Let's just call it long COVID. I think that I can say that. You can interpret it whatever way you want. Is it just going to stay over there? What does it mean in our future? How do you invest to both protect yourself and to profit in that changing environment? I haven't really figured that one out. But ignoring it, if it's real, we're going to feel the effects. That's all. I like this, Susan and Barbara. That's a good way to end. I'd love if each of us could, if we're so inclined, a thought's good, but a prayer for Jenny L. She is one of the very special people on this planet. And she has fought hard from the start for all of you. And she has a wonderful husband, wonderful family, wonderful dogs. Moose is one of them. But sometimes good people get tested, and I think your prayers would help her. I also, if you have time to pray for one more person, pray for the health and long life for Robert Weiss. He comes on here as RW, and I think prayers would help for him. And obviously there's other people. I'm leaving out people who have died, people who aren't doing well. You can always, and I always often do, pray for Ham's son. But I think a prayer for Robert and for Jenny would be very timely and very, very effective. It's not a very religious word, but I think prayers would be effective right now. Anyway, I think I do remember, JC, I do remember. Of course I remember. But you asked your question so oddly. I thought that's exactly what I thought of immediately when I saw your question, but I didn't know how to answer it. I didn't know how to answer your question if it, the way you asked the first question, I didn't know it was you, but yes, I remember, and I'm very interested in it. I remain highly concerned about Fukushima Daiichi, but also there was an earthquake on the other side, and there were 8 reactors there, and or 13 anyway, and the land moved 160 feet. It scares me, but you don't read anything about it. I just finished a book on Chernobyl, and written by somebody that really has a distaste for the Russians, and in fact Russian soldiers came through, and just how tenuous that situation is. So I'm not a automatic fan. I really think we should reconsider building these massive nuclear plants. There's an accident once every 5 to 7 years that we hear about. It's not safe, it's expensive, it's got a huge carbon footprint, but it leaves pollution that we as a species, we're not protected against. But anyway, your smaller plants, as you described them, I was interested in that very much. And the fact that it's safer, because that's coming in. Yeah, I'm very interested in it. I'm very interested in it. I just don't, you can tell I don't know what I'm talking about fully. I'm just telling you my biases. Robert Weiss. Yeah, Jenny and Robert Weiss. Prayers would. Yeah, there you go. That's the word. I couldn't remember what you said. Subcritical. What I remember is they don't melt down. They don't get out of control. So, well, the other thing I remember you said, they use less fuel, but you can also reprocess fuel too. Anyway, I'm remembering this from a year ago, so I got to study it before I won't ever sound intelligent, but I'll sound maybe better informed. But yeah, thank you, JC. I'm going to try to be in Denver this year too. But yeah, appreciate you being here, and it's on my mind a lot. I think about it. I put up a chart the other day, but nuclear power and many of the other alternatives are for electricity. Although the Russians have developed miniature, like little power plants. It's kind of scary. But this Thursday, all right, I don't know. EU. All right, I'll try to. I'm one of the best people. Finally, I've been working so hard for a compliment. No, you're one of the best people I've met, and would be great to brainstorm how to get this through rounds of hunting. All right. I remember your guys' breakout room, and it was really well attended. And there were a lot of smart people in there. And me. So yeah, well, I'll be around. I'll be around. Maybe you should buy GME. Just kidding. Just kidding. Let's see what the stocks are doing. GBUX is down from the high. It's at 455, only 55,000 in volume. This new one to our Murderer's Row is HU 534. I have no idea if that's low volume or not, but it seems kind of low. Well, it's more than their average. Finger is 156. NIXX is probably the bargain of the day, 221. Railtown isn't even on my... Oh, there it is. Railtown at 28 cents. In between the bid of 27.9 and the ask of 29.03. Pretty low volume, well, normal volume, but a lot of moving, a lot of spoofing going on. So Railtown looks like something's up because of the way the size keeps changing. There's a whole lot of spoofing going on. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Did Fidelity take away the buy for ZJYL? Not that I've heard, but in general, on ZJYL and GDC, I don't think the big players have gone away. They've just calmed it down for a little while, and I don't blame them, because there was a lot of chatter going on Twitter and elsewhere. And I don't talk to anybody with those stocks at all. But I think if you're a CEO or you're an investor, you don't want things that might look like material information or even manipulation being discussed on the Twitter pages. So you wait. And why do you wait? I guess it allows the information to get widely dispersed to the extent that it is. The story gets out there. And the SEC goes after CEOs. The SEC does not go after short sellers. The SEC, look at what they did with the Kramers. They settled with the Kramers. Again, how many times does Kurt Kramer get a chance to sign, hey, it wasn't me, and I won't do it again? You don't think these guys know each other? Wow. So Fidelity might be in trouble. Fidelity was where the GTII warrant as a dividend, that was the company that got in trouble. So, I think they're the company that has the biggest exposure to the corruption and fraud and outright securities violations in MMTLP and MMAT. So it might be that Fidelity is tightening up so they can argue to the court, hey, our back office, everyone just graduated high school. We didn't know. That might be happening. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Well, now Rail is hitting, they're trading at the ask. No, just under the ask. I think Rail, we might have a good week ahead of us. Let's see. A good, between now and the end of March. Good for you, Silver. That's a lot of MMTLP. I'll have to look you 1,000. I bet your 68,000 shares cost you about the same as my 4,000 shares. But imagine if NIXX makes one of the southern Louisiana wells with other people's money. Let's say they have 10%. Let's say they have 7% net. No, the 10% should be net if it's an override. So working, I don't know. Let's say 10% because it's easy arithmetic. And they find $2 trillion worth of present value of natural gas producible, and they have 10%. So that's $200 million. And there's 200 million shares outstanding, 250, $9 a share. I always, when I do that kind of arithmetic, I always take a third of it just to discount 2/3. So let's say he gets NIXX trading at $3 a share, just off of one play. That'd be a nice day for you. Oh, you spent 250 on MMTLP. Well, so what would it have to go to? Gosh, that's a lot. You can make it 250. Yeah, 360. One of those southern whales could do it for you. I'm not saying it will, of course, but one of it could. One of them could. Just one of those whales could. Of course, he's got the lawsuits and all that, but that's how significant the potential is in those deep targets onshore southern Louisiana. It's the same massive upside as offshore. It's just cheaper. And you have to understand the monies in oil and gas. The shorts didn't just destroy Torchlight. They destroyed the whole, in my opinion, the whole mom and pop, friends and family, angel round, over the counter, build your oil company up using the over the counter markets or NASDAQ. They destroyed all of that. So the only source of capital are these funds who always sign a deal with no risk. Of course, the time the risk shows up is when Lehman Brothers goes out of business or something. But as much as possible, there's no risk. And then the buddy's short, of course. But part of that no risk was they only drill known reserves, and they only were doing for a long time the horizontal drilling. They're all lemmings. But the point is that no capital went for drilling southern Louisiana wildcat wells. There was no capital for 10 years. Doesn't mean the oil and gas isn't there. The dinosaurs died out, what, 360 million years ago or whatever it is? I'm not a geologist. I sat through 4 semesters of that. I enjoyed it, but I'm not, I don't know my geologic eras. But the Permian, for example, or the Devon, it all happened before the shorts came along. So those 10 years that money was misallocated, and make no mistake, it was a malallocation of investment capital. But the Wall Street saw fees. These investment bankers and these funds, they can charge 2%, 20%. Hey, we can raise $500 million, charge 2%, and these wells are going to pay back. We can then charge on the money that comes in every year 20%. And then we know we're going to get the money back so we can pay it back to our investors. They thought they had, Biff thought he could marry Molly and life would be great for the rest of their lives. Where do you buy GBUX? Still buy ZJYL on Schwab. GBUX, I bought mine on E-Trade. Yeah, average 350, 365. That's what I got, 360s. I got 367.6, but no, you're the targets, it might take more than one well, but if they have one success, the stock market used to then give higher prices. I have not seen anything. I wasn't invited in the data room. I haven't seen any seismic or geologic report, any kind of report on any of those wells in southern Louisiana. All I know is from my time, long time ago, with two different companies, and then there's another company that asked me to raise money. Those southern Louisiana targets are massive. They're wildcats, so you can only give it 7%, 10% chance of working. However, McCabe is not going to see the deals I would see. I'm just a Yankee. McCabe is down there in the deal flow with oil men, with money. He's going to see deals that are oil men and women, but they're mostly men. Oil men are going to show him. So I think they're pretty high odds of working. I saw this video last night, and they're having to rebuild the Amtrak trains, tunnel the tracks, and it's really scary because it's been ignored for so long. And the video was about how if the tracks fail, it could cripple the economy of the United States. And I just want you to notice something. You probably already did notice it. I mean, it's kind of scary looking stuff. East River underwater. Anyway, one thing I notice, there aren't any women working those jobs. I guess they just supervise. Whales. I should say whales. Whales. They drill deep whales down in the south. Whales. Whales. Yeah, I can see where you'd think wells, holes. Yeah, wells. Bill, it's not the only channel. That's just the one you know how when you use YouTube, everything else comes up? It's just one I listened to last night. But there's several. What do I think's causing the deaths? I think it's the gain of function testing for bioweapons, gain of function. And the United States might have been involved in it. I don't know. But I think the gain of function testing pathogens, whatever, viruses. I don't know if you can really call it a virus. I don't think anyone knows what a virus is. But anyway, I don't know that, there's a lot more study. I'm not sure they're alive. But anyway, that set off a global pandemic, but it was based. I don't know if that I should. Maybe it's that topic. Anyway, I think that's what started it, and then apparently it's coming back. But I think the reason the population might be lower is it never was as high as they said. I also think that the one child per family, just like when Chairman Mao had all the birds killed because he didn't like birds, it has an impact. And there's consequences long past. So China has a baby boom generation too, that's getting older, and I think a lot of the collapse in population, there's just not enough babies to replace. I also think China is having the same problem with women. I'm not picking on women, it's just what's happening. Women don't want to marry, they have jobs, they work, and they don't want to marry men that don't make as much as they do. We've spent 60 years teaching people that women can have it all and their roles can change, but we haven't put any thought into what that means for the roles men play then, and how attractive they are. China apparently now is mandating that women get pregnant and young people marry. That's kind of scary. I wouldn't want that in our country. So I think it's a birth problem, and then a marriage problem. You know, young women are not having children there either, at the rate they need to keep the population going. But I think this is the one I don't know how to use the words. I got to be careful. When I call it long COVID, maybe you can imagine what I mean. There was a protocol enforced aggressively in China, and according to the inventor, I think it's he, but according to some scientists that have studied it, one of the interviews I listened to, if I didn't already have things to worry about, which I do, just made me frightened, to the point of incapacitation. Apparently, the effect 5 years from now, within 5 years, these people were saying for US hospitals, our hospitals could be filled. We don't have enough beds. We don't have enough doctors. And that's frightening. But to see it happening, maybe it's what it looks like in China. Are we protected from it? I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, NextBridge could find some whales in the Gulf of America that could make the stock price go up. Yeah, I've got to concentrate on my pronunciation. I understand lawsuits and attorneys, but why can't Greg Miscave? Because I bet his attorneys tell him not to. I also think that his team, I'm just going to say it, his team has been threatened by the criminals. And I think and I'm not talking about, hey, I'm going to show pictures of your, your white skin on the beach and how you look or something. I'm talking real threats, life. And I think he wants to stay away from that, provoking any more of that. I'm guessing. I haven't spoken to him I did speak to him maybe 6 months ago, but I don't have a relationship with him. But I really liked him. I found him honest, and I found him aware. And I also think he does everything without a markup. I mean, maybe there's some thing for lawyers or whatever, but I think he passes everything he does on to shareholders. And this is a man who I think is trying to make something work at NIXX. But the criminals are coming out in droves, and they're suing him. They're having their lapdog, the SEC, sue him. And they destroyed and threatened and destroyed the relationship with university lands. And my guess is, if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't want to talk about anything in southern Louisiana, because they'll go screw that up too. Now, their goal is to make NIXX worthless. In my opinion, I think they've already achieved that from a settlement standpoint with MMTLP players. I'm not a lawyer, but I think when they go to court or before Congress, they're going to say, hey, there's shares available, and look, it's worthless. It's worthless. I think they've already accomplished that. But I don't think it's worthless. I would keep my mouth shut too. And he didn't say anything to me. But I think that tortious interference, if anybody goes in to compete against him who used the data room, I think there's all sorts of avenues whereby NIXX not only can get some of the acreage back, I think they can get it all back, and I think they can devastatingly sue anybody who steps in front of them. That's my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. I haven't seen the documents, but that's what I think. And in southern Louisiana, I would keep my mouth shut, because he wouldn't want those guys going down and interfering with those transactions. So I would back off. I would be silent as a sphinx. Where does it go from here? The real thing is, the shorts do not want Greg McCabe to, I don't want him to be trading. I don't want him to trade with Johnny Tobacco's idea. I don't trust Johnny Tobacco. I've never met him. Johnny Tobacco might be the greatest guy in the world, but his strategy, I don't trust. Once you get it trading on blockchain, they can create derivatives, and then they can get it trading, the stock trading offshore. They can do all sorts of things. And nobody in the SEC cares. Do you get that by now? Adina Friedman doesn't care. Robert Cook doesn't care. Ann Wagner doesn't care. Nobody in Congress cares. Your broker doesn't care. And the SEC doesn't care. They just don't care. So I wouldn't have it trade at all. But the prospectus says it is going to be publicly traded. They're going to go with my friend out of Roth Capital, in California, and they could raise a bunch of money. So the shorts, the criminals, don't want him to raise enough money that he could be just a powerhouse, non-DEI, non-hedge fund trapped, independent oil company. But they don't want that because they're scared. They're trapped. They're as trapped as we feel. If I ever get some money going, Silver, I'm going to go down to Midland and visit my friends there. You know, George W. Bush? No, I'm not friends with him, although I met his son, I met his brothers. My dad was there on something. But no, I have some friends in and around Midland. I want to go visit. I'm going to try to look up Greg McCabe, but I guess I would tell you that I think he's working in your interest, in my interest, to a lesser extent. And just because he's not talking to us doesn't mean he's not working hard on our behalf. I'm willing to give up knowing anything to allow Greg to do his work with the least amount of risk to our assets. I trust him. I trust Greg McCabe. I don't know him that well, but I trust what he's done so far. I think the biggest thing, you already did it, the biggest thing we could all do is move our shares over, but there's a countervailing argument that I can't seem to win against. I know it's 2.5, but it's not his fault. It's the criminals. In my opinion. Wow, GBUX closed at 510. Wow. Ban short selling. Yeah, that would do it. But I think you can't expect that to happen because it would destroy the United States markets. But I think what you could do is say any stock listed on the over-the-counter markets, pink sheets, all of them, any stock listed on NASDAQ, start there, and she'll come waddling in and say that's not right. We've got Apple Computer or whatever the hell. Maybe say any stocks under 5 billion in market cap, but really enforce it if it's under 1 billion. I don't know, but if you pick a specific price, the criminals and the lawyers, they'll get around it, and they'll come up with a method. There's no way you can legislate honesty or morality, and these people believe that they have a right to attack everyone else. They just believe it's, I don't know. There's no way I can say it. So the way to do it is to have no short selling, none, legal or illegal, on over-the-counter NASDAQ stocks. Adina's going to come in and protect her money train, but maybe nationalize the NASDAQ market. I don't know. Bring in Elliot Ness or his wife if you need a woman, but just stop it. But anyway, over-the-counter and 2 billion market cap and less, no shorting, no high frequency trading, bring back the uptick rule. If you do an offering, you have to disclose who bought it in detail. Enforce settlement, no market makers unless they're bona fide. And then if you do an offering, you have to maintain research and you have to maintain a bona fide trading desk and market making function. Otherwise, you can't do another investment banking deal. No front running. And if your client doesn't have shares to sell, then they can't sell. Just simple as that. Simple as that. Make it all physical, make it all type 1 trading. So that'll make a lot of brokerage firms not want to trade it. But that's what I would do. That's what I would do. They can go do their high frequency thieving with the New York Stock Exchange stocks, but not NASDAQ and below. Now, my problem is NASDAQ used to be the premier over-the-counter firm. Premier. Now it's owned by the New York, and they own the American, they own NASDAQ, and they're all owned by some European thing. It's all fraud. Just stop it. Just stop it. I agree with you. No short selling. Women weaken legs. Well, no, women are the best. I mean, I've never seen in history, I've never read about a tremendously strong man that makes a difference in history that doesn't have a woman beside him. I really, and I know as a Catholic that'll offend people, but if one states the greatest man that ever lived was Jesus Christ, I'm willing to state the greatest woman that ever lived was Mary. I mean, I'm not denigrating. It's just, I don't know. It's not worth talking about. But yeah, men will do a lot for women because, in other words, because a woman is with him. Yeah. Can Trump say no more shorts? I think he could do it by a executive order. I think he should nationalize the NASDAQ, the over-the-counter markets. And I think just like if you've ever played Monopoly or Risk or one of those games, inside the four walls of the playing board, go at it. But there's rules, boy, and those rules are enforced. Everyone tries to cheat. I remember whenever we played Monopoly, I always won. And one time, my sister she didn't take it quite as seriously, but we would all play. And then one time, I was going to wipe out my brother's hotels. She pulled out from under the board this big stack of cash that she had been hiding. And so she rescued him. Everybody cheats. But in my opinion, Trump should do it in a bite-sized piece. There is no argument for high-frequency trading on stocks that trade 5,000 shares a day. There's just no argument. there's no argument for a high speed, high frequency algorithmic pummeling on stocks that don't even have a research report or retail buying behind them. It's just a setup. He should nationalize them all. Standardize the rules, build their own, screw the SEC, make it a part of the, screw the FBI, make it a part of the United States Marine Corps, make it part of the responsibility of the police department. Get it out of Wall Street. Create a whole new division. Make it a career. I think you could give it to schools. But anyway, do it like I'm saying. Don't go after the whole market because you'll never get it done. 510. Thank you. I'm almost legend. Check out. You're the greatest. He's an author, you know. You have to read his next book or his next movie or his next poem. Yeah, 510. Awesome. I'm interested in this hoo-hoo. Who do you think you're fooling? Yeah, his family, yeah. I just, we want to know, but you got to remember, for him to tell you personally is different than for him to tell you across the internet. And, you know, there are people on the internet, I think he trusts the people that I don't, but there are people on the internet who will use information in a way to destroy. I'm telling you, they behave in a very evil way. And they've been given permission by the guys they work with, who were all holy, and by their attorneys. And, you know, ultimately, it's all in a justifiable cause that is a big gamble with their eternity. Seven 700 shares, Steve. That's awesome. All right. I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm going to sign off. Where's Finger? I don't see Finger. Oh, there it is. 156. Yeah, that's exciting. All right, everybody. As ever, peace, love, and happiness. Let's pray for peace around the world. And I think it'd be nice for those of you who have effective prayers to pray for Robert Weiss, to pray for Jenny L, and anybody else you can think of in this community. And I sure is a long day today. Thank you for getting me through it. See you tomorrow.